Good morning, everybody. Can I have anybody who hasn't taken a seat grab one if you can? Well, guys, we're on day 2, and this is amazing. It really is. I'm so thrilled to be here again. I hope everyone got a chance to see some of the panels at least yesterday. They were absolutely spectacular. I saw Arthur Brooks, who I thought was just absolutely, and Robbie did a great job. I mean, some of them were just really wonderful. And it's beginning to start to tell and share the story of the library itself with you. It was not, as you've heard a couple times, it was not designed just to tell the story of Theodore Roosevelt, but to ask what his life and example demanded of us now. How do we lead? How do we serve? How do we strengthen the country that we share? That work begins, frankly, with conversation, especially the kind of conversation that is too rare today, honest, substantive, and grounded in the belief that disagreement does not have to mean disrespect. That spirit is particularly fitting for this first panel. We are honored to welcome 2 public servants who come from different states, different parties, and different political traditions, but who have both chosen to devote their careers to serving the American people. Senator Cramer has represented North Dakota in the United States since 2019, following 6 years in the House of Representatives. He brings to Washington the perspective of this state, its energy, agriculture, rural communities, veterans, and deep connection to the land. Senator Gillibrand has represented New York, my home state, in the United States since 2009. She has been a forceful advocate for military families, public service, women and children, and the belief that government can still be an instrument for solving difficult national problems. Together, they represent something that the library hopes to model, that even amid real differences, and these differences are real, Americans can still sit together, listen seriously, and wrestle with the questions that will shape our future. Their conversation will be guided by Barcott, veteran, entrepreneur, author, and civic leader whose own life has been defined by service and by the conviction that citizenship is an active responsibility. Please join, I can already hear them talking. They're having a great time in the green room. Please join me in welcoming Senator Kevin Cramer, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, and our moderator, Barcott.
Good morning, guys. Wow, what an occasion. The 250th, and we're here in Moderator in the heart of the Badlands. By the way, please excuse the fact we got business casual as the code, but I was in the campsites last night with my family, and so we had a strenuous life experience at 1 a.m. And it was a real reminder of, you know, the lifestyle that we live today is obviously very different from when Theodore Roosevelt and many others were in this land, and I'm sure we'll chat about this in this great conversation. Senator Cramer, Senator Gillibrand, thank you for being here. If we could just start off with what brings you here today? Why did you decide to spend your part of the 250th here at the opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Library?
Well, this is an easier answer for me than it is probably for Kirsten, but I have to, first of all, I was tourism director for 4 years. Most fun you can have at work. And I couldn't have envisioned something this cool when I was tourism director and we were the least visited state in the nation and we're being made fun of by everybody. But so I can't imagine being anywhere else but here on this weekend. It's just such a special time. And plus it's a great pleasure for me to be able to welcome my friends from New York, who I do love and love working with, to include Senator Gillibrand and Congressman Swazi, who was with us yesterday. And so, if for no other reason, just to host my good friends.
And Congressman Swazi, I understand, took a bipartisan group on a bike ride through the Badlands yesterday. Good, good way to kick it off. Senator Gillibrand, how about for yourself? Obviously, many deep ties for President Roosevelt to New York, but what made you decide to come here with your family?
Well, Teddy Roosevelt is a larger-than-life New Yorker. He was somebody who was born in New York. He raised his family in New York, and he was actually sworn in to the presidency in New York, one of only 2 presidents to be sworn in New York, him and who? President Washington. Yes, so it's a wonderful way to celebrate our 250th anniversary. I also have great fondness for Teddy Roosevelt because he's my favorite president. When I read lots of presidential biographies, I was most inspired by his resilience, his courage, his willingness to take on the tough fights of his time, and his willingness to really look for a long-lasting legacy. I think the national parks is one of the greatest gifts he could have given to humanity, to our mental health, to our well-being, to our strength as a nation, and recognizing what made this country so different than any other country around the globe. And that legacy really lives on in New York. I spend lots of my free time, my vacation time, my family time in the Adirondacks. And he was climbing our highest peak, Mount Marcy, in the moment that McKinley was shot. So we've been living his legacy for a very long time. And it's just always been an inspiration to me. And even my oldest son is named after Teddy Roosevelt. His name is Theodore.
Here, he's in the audience.
Because of our love for Teddy Roosevelt. And then in addition to all the New York...
By the way, no pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. In addition to all the New York factors, I'm also very close to Simon Roosevelt and his wife Loli and their wonderful family, his daughter Alice. And we are so happy to be here with them celebrating such a really important moment for his family and for him.
Well, hats off to all the family members. It is hard to get things done in the United States. And the family, of course, starting with the contribution to land from Theodore Roosevelt IV, who is a Vietnam veteran and Navy SEAL, and throughout this time just persisted to build this national treasure. And on that note, Senator Gillibrand, this is your first time here in the land. As we were driving out, started the audio book of Edmund Morris's wonderful The Rise of Theodore Roosevelt, where he writes evocatively of this place, and listened to it with my 13-year-old and 6-year-old. What has this place been like as an experience for you coming to it for the first time?
Well, as it was for Teddy Roosevelt, it is clearly a place of healing. When you come here, you see some of God's most beautiful creation, and you very much feel part of the land, and you feel that this glorious place is something that should be for all generations. It's not surprising he came here to mourn the loss of his first wife. And his mother. It's not surprising that he came here to strengthen himself, to strengthen his mind, his soul, and his spirit. And the Edmund Morris book is the first presidential biography I ever read. And it was one of the most just life-changing books for me, because I could read about a man who had to overcome so much at a very young age, but then watch how over his whole lifetime, he learned from every opportunity he had, and it made him a stronger, better, more thoughtful person. And I very much try to be that kind of leader myself.
It is such an extraordinary book. And of course, we had the kickoff here with the great Doris Kearns Goodwin, whose introduction, I believe, will be available at this library and is just spectacular from yesterday. Going through the exhibit personally, there's so many moments within this library, but the one that is most poignant for me was walking into that black room and seeing the original diary, smaller than the size of our hand, and the X from after Theodore Roosevelt's mother and wife passed away within a 12-hour period of time. And he wrote, "The light has gone out of my life." And Edmund Morris writes about how he decided to come to North Dakota for healing and to use the land as a way to process grief. Senator Cramer, you have experienced extraordinary grief. Can you maybe share with us how this land, your state, has impacted your life as you lead and process grief?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks. You're right. Our family has. And I think it's this place that we talk about that drew Roosevelt here to heal has the same effect on just about everybody that comes here. In fact, one of the biggest challenges when you're the tourism director of the least visited state in America is to get them here the first time. As a senator, I have the opportunity to bring 50 or more every year for a weekend. And most of them have never been here. In fact, the first time, I don't think any of them had ever been here. Now more of them come on a regular basis because they bring their families and they encourage other people to come with. And then when they're in this place being the Badlands of North Dakota, they get it immediately. They get it immediately. The calm of it, even the isolation of it. And isn't it great that they celebrated this incredible building by blending it into the place with the same integrity that Harold Schaefer protected this place, the bluffs and the view sheds. All of it gets back to the original creator of this place. And I think when God created this place, that he knew that there would be a president who needed to heal someplace. And so, yeah, for Chris and me and for our family, getting out into nature, going on a hike in the Badlands, or even at, around Bismarck, Mandan, or wherever we might be, we love to go on hikes. And I think that's part of it, is just the escape. But as much as anything, the presence of God is so much closer in his creation. The closer you are to his creation, the closer you feel to him.
Well, it is certainly a spiritual place, and especially when the wind is whipping and the lightning is cracking, as we had yesterday evening.
I posted last night. I shot some lightning for about 10 seconds. I said, God's showing off. God's shooting off some fireworks tonight for us.
And in the backstage, we just watched your entire video from that drone show last night, which was also a marvel of not only writing, but of technological process.
It sure was. And I would say, there was a moment last night during all the rain. Thank God I wasn't crazy enough to go camping. But during all of that rain, where I thought, boy, it'd have been good to escape early until the drone show. And I thought, boy, I'm glad that I got to stay late.
Just one point of correction. It was glamping. It's actually glamping, but glamping takes a different dimension in the Badlands. Senator, before we turn to the legacy of Theodore Roosevelt, you had a role in bringing this to creation. Can you just share with us what it took from your perspective to create this new national treasure?
Well, first of all, my role wasn't that great because it's a role that anybody in my positions at any given time would have done. So I was just sort of doing my job. I might have had a little more passion than some. Did I mention I was the tourism director for the least visited state in America? So I might have had a little more passion for it. But several things. I mean, things as basic as getting the archives to release certain artifacts and documents, or the Library of Congress, as you've already referred to the diary. And not that they didn't want to do that, but there's a lot of bureaucracy about it. I mean, I go all the way to just this week when due to real life circumstances, the Air Force's flyover had to be canceled, which, I get the calls, I start the text messages, I call the Secretary of War, I called the commander of ACC, I said, you got to have a North Dakota airplane coming tomorrow. So, this weekend. So, and then some things, the land swap required a law change. It required legislation. This was federal land. We have other federal land. All this land is used by our ranchers to feed their cattle, that help feed a hungry world, navigating that with the type of integrity that Roosevelt would expect, but also that the local ranchers would respect was important. And so there are lots of ways that I was able to play a small role.
Well, bravo to all involved, and thanks to the community as well. We're here. And by the way, for those of you tuning in, this is a live recording. Steak fondue dinners, pitchfork barbecue dinners, right here, right before you can come to the Teddy Roosevelt Library. There's nothing quite like a pitchfork.
We had a good time having that last night.
You really haven't eaten a steak till you've eaten one that's been put on a pitchfork after it cleaned the barn, and it goes in. But don't worry, the oil's about 400 degrees. It's all
Yes,
it's okay.
Also strenuous life, that. All right, so Theodore Roosevelt. Let's talk about President Roosevelt, the citizen, and he had so many roles in his life of public service, which is so well told here. But he was a Republican who was very much an iconoclast. He attacked the trusts, of course, focused very heavily on corruption as he sought the promotion of merit. I love how the word merit is throughout this building. He was a conservationist, one of the early conservationists. He helped establish the FDA. There's a wonderful exhibit in here where there's an advertisement from back at the turn of the century about toothache medicine for kids. And it has this wonderful ingredient, at least that's the way the ad puts it, as cocaine. So they were using cocaine for kids' teeth at the time. Many other pieces in his transformative life. What part of his understanding of government do you think is most needed in Washington now from each of your perspectives?
Well, he very much believed that it was of, for, and by the people. And his earliest days, he was someone who railed against corruption, railed against the insider, railed against the too much accumulation of power. So he wanted a merit-based system. He didn't want people just who you know. He very much focused on how to bring good government to bear. He also, over the life of his public service, matured. I think Doris made a good point about this yesterday in her speech, that while as a young person, he was constantly fighting against those in power, he eventually learned that I have to work with everyone. And what I really like about his trajectory in public service is that by the time he became president, he understood a lot of his role was to bring people together, that he had to work on a bipartisan basis to get meaningful legislation done. He always believed that you have to put the people first, that our job is service, that we are here to help one another, to care about our brothers and sisters, love one another. And I thought that was very much the through line throughout everything he accomplished in his life, to put others first. And that's very much what I try to do in public service today. I try very hard to work on a bipartisan basis so that we can write laws that will stand the test of time. If you start from a place of agreement between two senators from different states, from different political backgrounds, you're going to build something that most people are going to want and benefit from. And that's how I've always looked at public service. And I think that is very much what Teddy Roosevelt thought about public service. He wanted people to be the man in the arena. He wanted people to participate. He believed in getting people involved and engaged because it was their civic duty. And I think that's something that certainly Kevin and I can play out every day in our lives, that we here as public servants, our job is to help people and find those common sense, common ground solutions that can actually make a difference.
I loved, as we were watching the drone show, that you paused and you said, yes, that. The man, and of course now the woman in the arena, and what he did to push for equal rights. Senator Cramer, similarly.
So first of all, I have to say, listening to Senator Gillibrand, it's really important to know Senator Gillibrand does have a lot of those qualities. And one of them is, the way I'm talking about is persistence. So when I first became a baby freshman senator on the Armed Services Committee, she had this crazy idea that women in the military should be protected from the bad people. And how dare she? And I listened to her carefully and I thought, well, maybe the time's not quite right. I wanted to learn a little more about this. By about the third year, I was all on board and I was voting for it. And by the way, everything's okay. She did good work caring about everybody in the arena and won a lot of us over. And there's more of that goes on, by the way, than you'll ever read about on the internet because it's not that sexy. But I think the moment we have now is that lesson gets to be amplified in the context of Theodore Roosevelt. And we can look at it and say, hey, it can still work today. The problem, I think expanding on what Kirsten's talking about, I think the moment we live in now is challenging because of so many forces that have sort of disincentivized this. That in fact, all the incentives for each politician are perverse to this. They in fact, you're rewarded more for being a jerk than you are for being a friend. And so we have to work on that by example, but I hope this place, that the next several speakers, not just this weekend, but forever, can absolutely build on that theme. And I'll bring everybody I can to participate in that. We are self-governed after all. We're self-governed, you guys. It's your fault.
There's a wonderful profile of Senator Gillibrand on 60 Minutes, and it shares that in your first district, your home district, there were more cows than Democrats. It also speaks about your mother, who is a hunter. I understand she brings home the turkey that she actually shoots for Thanksgiving. Conservationism is one of these areas where there is still opportunities to really get things done in a bipartisan basis. Of course, this land we're reminded of also tells a story, a bleak story of the risks of not protecting wildlife as well as the land with regard to the bison that Theodore Roosevelt came out to initially hunt. They were all decimated by a federal decree. What are some of the opportunities that each of you see in conservationism? How do you think about it as a topic that can actually, continue to move forward on a bipartisan basis in DC?
Well, I think it's a uniting issue, to be honest with you. And again, Roosevelt in his message plays a key role in that. Now, I think, and Roosevelt was pretty clear about this, you have to judge a leader in the context of their time. Theodore Roosevelt, of course, saw government as part of the solution. Since that time, government has become a barrier to some of the very things that he would have advocated for. I'm not going to suppose to know anything that he would be saying about this today. However, I do think it's an opportunity. And I'll give you a real specific example right now. And that is, we talk a lot about permitting reform. So depending on where you are, permitting reform is helping me build my pipeline. Other places, it's helping me get a new highway or expand a highway. Other places, it's building a factory. Other places, it's putting up an offshore wind farm or a transmission line from a solar farm in New Mexico. And the good news about that is that all of those things are important, but they don't have the same constituencies. And so one of Cramer's convictions is that not every transaction requires a loser. I think in the context of whether it's conservation or environmental protection, or it's the demand for more energy, the moment is right. Sheldon Whitehouse, not exactly, a right winger. One of the most reasonable, pro-environment people I know and get to work with on the Environment and Public Works Committee on this issue. Same with Martin Heinrich, a Democrat from New Mexico. You are seeing literally right now as we speak it coming together, if we can just work enough days the rest of this year to get it done, where I think conservation is sort of the tie that binds.
Similarly.
I agree with that. In New York State, some of the biggest issues of conservation are entirely nonpartisan. Things like invasive species, making sure we have better requirements for how we fight against that. How we have the Great Lakes Commission. How do we make sure that when boats come into the Great Lakes, they don't have village that is from the ocean that's going to bring in some invasive species to destroy the Great Lakes. So there's a lot of conservation and preservation that is entirely nonpartisan today to make sure that we are stewards of the land. One of the things that Kevin and I do is we go to Bible study once a week together, and we go to a prayer breakfast once a week together. And, when we look at Genesis, we are asked to be the stewards of all the animals and all of God's creation. We're not asked to destroy it. We're not asked to ignore it. We're literally asked to be the stewards. And so when we work on these pieces of bipartisan legislation to steward the beauty that we have been given in this wonderful land, it is a calling. It is a commission. It is something that we are, certainly Kevin and I as people of faith, are asked to do by our faith. And that's exciting because you can feel not only more energized about it, but you also feel that common ground so deeply, and it makes it a nonpartisan issue. And so we work on a lot of conservation legislation in the Farm Bill. Farmers and ranchers love the conservation programs, the EQIP program, because it's just free money to conserve whatever you have on your lands. whatever way that you can use it to make sure you prevent wildfires, to make sure you keep your water and air clean. They are so excited to do it because the point made yesterday by the environmental panel that Simon was on was that 70% of our wildlife and our land is owned by private owners. And so being able to give ranchers and landowners and farmers the tools they need to be those great stewards is something that we can work on a bipartisan basis and do quite naturally.
I love how the museum has brought this to light in one of the first exhibits, where you have letters from Theodore Roosevelt to his beloved father. And in one of them, he's asking his father to bring back supple jacks so for his display in his room, where he's recreating, essentially his own kind of ecosystem in his room. And he writes, he's only 10 years old, and he writes about these observations, the greenness of the trees in April after winter months had just been there. And that beauty of nature, hopefully, is something that can really connect with more Americans as well. And hopefully this place will extend that.
Sure. I mean, it's a perfect place to have that conversation. I know that for Secretary Burgum, his vision for this facility, as much as anything, was to have that very discussion on a regular basis, the coexistence of commerce and environmental protection and stewardship. And I think he succeeded to this point. Yeah, for sure.
Another part of the exhibit, of course, gets into some of Theodore Roosevelt's ideas that he used the bully pulpit to promote. And one of the most enduring of those is the notion of the square deal. The square deal was about fairness for workers, consumers, small business owners against concentrated power. 120 years later, who is the modern American who needs the square deal the most in each of your opinions, and what does Congress owe to them?
I'd suggest everybody needs a square deal, and that those principles that Teddy Roosevelt was fighting for then are the same principles we should be fighting for today. And a lot of the work that Kevin and I have worked on together does exactly that. One of the bills we worked on together was for our first responders. When our first responders are in the line of duty and are either made very ill because of toxins they breathe in as firefighters, or die of any service-related death, they weren't getting their benefits. They weren't being covered at all. And so Kevin and I and a lot of other people got together to fix that problem. But fairness and making sure that we protect our constituents is something that we can work on in all sorts of avenues every day. And it is really why I feel I'm called to public service, to just help people, protect them in ways they need protecting. Kevin and I also do a lot for the warfighter. We do a lot on the Armed Services Committee, and thank you for your service, to really protect our men and women who serve, who devote everything. They'll give their lives for this country. It's very important that we constantly are putting ourselves in their own shoes and seeing what can we do to make their lives better. And so we spent a lot of time on the Armed Services Committee working on things to help the service member.
Yeah, and I would say, particularly for small business, probably the richness of this question in this place again is, before Roosevelt got here, the Marquis had already started building his empire, which was, of course, a slaughterhouse. It was a meatpacking industry. Because of the new invention of the refrigerated rail car, he was going up against the big Chicago, meat packers. Well, I would submit today, if you're going to pick out one industry that needs a square deal, it's agriculture. And what I often say about the ranchers, no offense to the you ranchers, but they don't complain enough. You know what I mean? And so they don't get as many square deals. But in Roosevelt's time, the government was the solution. They needed a protector. Creating the agencies to provide that light touch regulation to level the playing field. Since that time, we've sort of unleashed the federal government to a point where they've now become part of the problem. For if you're a new startup company, or you have an idea of slaughtering your own cattle for custom, meat packing, you can't quite do that. So we work a lot on programs like that where the government's not so much the solution as it is the problem. And I'd rather than break up consolidation, I'd rather give opportunity to new growth. And so I think there's a lot to talk about, but I'd say right now for us in this community in this state, agriculture would be a very specific entity that needs a square deal when the world is sort of against us in that regard.
And Roosevelt, on this note, I mean, he rebuilt trust in government at a remarkable time. My organization, With Honor, which helps elect and support veterans across party lines that take a pledge to work together and do exactly what you all have been doing, which is hard and where the incentives aren't aligned these days, but to serve with the courage to actually work across party lines, even when you don't agree on specific issues, still have trust and work through them. Trust is at an all-time low. I think Gallup, which we partner with to measure trust in veterans and nurses are the only two groups that have majority trust across party lines right now in the United States. And across our public institutions, they're at historic lows. I believe that Congress ranked slightly below that of used car salesmen recently for the first time.
We're always below them.
Yeah, always.
But it's
okay,
close.
Not new.
It's
not new
close.
information. I
Yeah.
thought I was breaking something.
We're always below them.
But what is? I mean, honestly, thank you for serving. You're 2 senators among 100. What honestly is within your power to do something about restoring trust and faith in institutions, and maybe encouraging more Americans to serve in the public? And how do you approach just the roles that you have and what you can do about them?
Well, I have a couple ideas that are hard to do because they're not popular yet, but they will be. One is I really believe in getting money out of politics, and this is a legal issue that, yeah. So some people say money is speech, and I don't think it is. And they also say that corporations have the same free speech rights as individuals, and I don't think that's true either. But that is the law today. I think if we had the choice, at least the choice, that candidates could run as publicly funded candidates, where they wouldn't raise any money. They would just ask voters for something called a democracy dollar. It would be a voucher that says, I will invest whatever the voucher is worth, $100, $250, whatever it is, in your campaign because you asked me and I like you. So you would never be talking to donors. You'd be only talking to voters. And so it would change where you spend your time, as opposed to just constantly doing large fundraisers and raising money for your parties. You'll be talking to voters, and they have to be voters in your race. And that just would change the whole outlook. So that's a very big idea. And it would take a long time for me to make that popular, but it's something I truly believe in. If you were able to get money out of politics, you would have more candidates who were fighting for the people, because the people they'd be talking to are the voters over and over and over again. The second idea is deal with the corruption in Washington. And one idea that really time has come is no member of Congress should be able to own stocks. I think you should ban stock trading, because right now, this is very funny, members of Congress, 1 in 3 own stocks, 1 in 7 are not disclosing their stock ownership the way they're supposed to. And an average member of Congress has a return rate of 17.5% higher than the S&P 500. So do you think those members of Congress are smarter than the S&P 500? Probably not, but they have a lot of non-public information. And so 10 years ago, I passed a law that made everyone disclose when they bought their stocks, figuring that would solve the problem. But with the data I just shared with you, that has not solved the problem. So today, I work on a bipartisan basis with a couple different senators, Josh Hawley and Ashley Moody, on trying to ban members of Congress from buying or owning stocks, because I just think the appearance is so high that members of Congress are getting rich on non-public information. We should change the law.
Can I just once again, Kirsten has demonstrated that I'm below average. Just so you know.
It's not true. It's not true.
So first of all, I do believe disclosure is the biggest issue, but disclosure without transparency isn't disclosure at all. I've never traded a stock in my life, much less since coming to Congress, and I certainly haven't figured out how to get rich doing it. But that's what, that's why we're here. I would submit to you, besides some of those legislative fixes that Kirsten's talking about that may or may not work. I think there's probably a balance in there somewhere. But is example. One of the things we can do and should do from our perch, if you will, from our bully pulpit, is set the example for others to see. The problem is, I mean, I'm glad, right? The few dozen people that are watching this, maybe there's several hundred, maybe there's 1 million, but we need to do more of this type of thing, because what we do in Washington like this isn't very interesting to the people that are covering Washington.
Yes, they want to talk. The clicks and the likes, they only come with division. So if you watch who in Congress gets covered, it's the far left and the far right. The people that are the most often covered are the ones that are constantly fighting and making divides. And so, but does the media ever cover bipartisanship? No. And I've passed so many bills, dozens of bills in the last decade and a half, and that's not what the news media wants to talk about. They'd rather talk about the fight that Marjorie Taylor Greene had with Congresswoman Crockett about eyelashes and being badly built bodies. And I mean, it was shocking how much a fight between two women in a hearing was covered versus perhaps the law you and I passed that day that was helping firefighters and first responders. Like it's shocking that it's just common sense, bipartisanship, getting things done, competence is the least popular thing in Washington to cover.
Yeah.
And that degrades people's view of government. They think that all we do is fight all day long because that's what the social media puts up. That's what the clicks respond to. That's how people get their algorithm to work. It's too bad that algorithms are shaped by division.
How do you, there was a question that was asked of what president would you most want to have a conversation with? If that President Roosevelt was alive today, how do you think he might react to giving you advice, each of you advice? What do you think the advice might be of like understanding this landscape? We hadn't prepped for this question, so so sorry for
prep for any of them.
Yeah, but you know, how would you think about what a conversation with him might be? And of course, the miracle of this library is that you can actually have that conversation with President Roosevelt thanks to an AI recreation in the library. It's remarkable. You can ask it anything and it sort of channels the voice. But yeah, how would you think about having a conversation with him today and how he might, you know, give some advice maybe on this area of our challenges with modern communication?
He'd probably think it's the bull moose has finally come to, you know, to its pinnacle, but and have another party. I don't know. One of the things that I know about Roosevelt is that he never judged leaders in the context of the current time. He judged them in the context of their time. And that's, I think, a very important, you know, because we right away, we want to suppose what a historical figure would do today. Or we judge them unfairly, even though they're heroic in their moment, because today, by today's standards, it wouldn't be heroic. So I'd want to be careful not to try to put words in Theodore Roosevelt's. I would ask him, you know, where did you muster the courage to take on the establishment the way you did, and how did it turn out so successfully for you? And I think one of the things he might say, and this is somewhat unfair, but this is the advantage of being a United States Senator from a little state. It's why the founders created the United States Senate. Kirsten can't meet with the millions of people that come to, you know, to Washington to see her. I can meet with just about every North Dakotan that comes to Washington to see me. And a lot of them come, and that's a bit of an advantage, but the founders created that advantage. That's why when my president says I'm foolish to not want to abolish the filibuster, I say I'd be crazy to abolish the filibuster. And for the reasons that I just stated, that you know, small states have equal power by the ability of a senator to obstruct the majority. That's the point of it. And so I would say, what do you think, Mr. President? President Roosevelt, you know, should we or should we not abolish the filibuster? And I think he'd stand up for the North Dakota farmer. Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, it's Theodore Roosevelt bridging both worlds from New York.
I don't know if Theodore Roosevelt ever met with Rand Paul or Ted Cruz, so I don't know. I don't know what his opinion would be. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you'll
I
have
don't
the
know.
opportunity to have that conversation. You're
Yeah.
about to walk through
Well,
the.
I have something to say at your question,
Yes.
though. Like listening to Doris's speech yesterday, I didn't know all that, but it sounded like Teddy Roosevelt was the master of social media of his era.
Yeah.
So if he himself published over 20 books, so that's like a way to get your message out. He himself, when he was a young like railer against as a state assembly member, he outperformed all his colleagues because he got every headline because he was the one who went to the floor to make the robust speeches about corruption. When he it seemed like every part of his career, instead of being the deputy secretary of Navy, he went to fight the war instead. And then he writes his book, Rough Riders, and the critique at the time, which Doris brought out, said it was all about you, dude. He probably was the version of the famous person today. Like he probably was. Like he was probably the master of getting your message out in that era by being a prolific writer, by finding the fight and getting the headline, and I think what I really want to ask Doris about later is his maturation was like that got him to his level of success, but he didn't use those skills necessarily once he got there. Yes. And so it's a difference between getting your name ID up and then governing. And I think that is a question we're facing right now.
For sure.
Because a lot of the famous young leaders that are rising right now are extremely famous because they're very talented on social media. And I would argue that probably was the Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah. But then as he matured, he seemed to shift his tactic. And I don't know. So I'd ask him those questions. I would ask him, what do we have to expect? Is it better to become someone who governs, or is it better to stay in the spotlight? And I think he'd say it's better to govern.
It's so interesting. There's a lot of emphasis in the exhibit on curiosity and what a curious mind he was, and that he was always interested in new technology. And one of the examples of that is when he was police commissioner. They were creating a new way of essentially creating a tracking of criminals. The modern image and demographic information that's provided was breaking at that time, and he was just interested in it, and so he leaned into it and pushed with it. Maybe he was on the forefront of communication. He certainly recognized the role of the bully pulpit. We have about 5 minutes left. Senator Cramer, would you, when you went through the exhibit, what are one or two things that you think will just stay with you? Maybe they were surprising, maybe they were just insightful for you, but that about President Roosevelt's life.
So first of all, I have not gone through the exhibits.
Okay.
I'm going to take my time to do that when my head is not on a swivel. But this has been a great week, of course, to celebrate. But I would say, I kind of go back to where you began with that diary. One of the things about the preservation and the conservation of things. And by the way, I love the fundraising. I love all the success within the interest in private sector and whatnot. But the government has a really important role in preserving history in a legitimate way. And so having that diary in here, the authenticity of the written word in the written hand on the actual paper that you wrote it on speaks volumes to me. And the fact that Roosevelt did write so much, we're going to have, historians are going to look at Kirsten and me, and they're going to, she's ambitious enough to have written a book.
I'm writing a third one
right now. She's on a really good one. But we're going to have a whole bunch of social media for people to read about. And I think about it often. I think about the social media, as I said goodbye to my son while worshiping in his hospital room. That's what we're going to be judged on too. So I think seeing that written word reminds me every word matters. Yes. That we aren't just, we're not here just to legislate, and we don't even do that very well. But we are here to communicate. And that's, again, the value of this place, I think, that Roosevelt got when he got to know the rancher and the farmer and the shop worker, is that each one of these individuals matter. And that's why I do 2 hours of talk radio unfiltered every week. And I have people going, oh my God, here he goes again. But it's the value of that is this and bringing this there.
Well, this is a Good Citizen live recording in addition to a panel on the opening of the Teddy Roosevelt Library. Good citizenship. What does it look like for each of you? And what would you ask people in this room and people listening to this podcast to do this year?
So I think getting involved is the most important thing all of us can do to be good citizens, to vote, to get to know your neighbor, to understand your neighbor's perspective, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Those old-fashioned values, I think, are so important today more than ever. And I do think that is very emblematic of who Teddy Roosevelt was. I think, as Doris yesterday described, how he put together his command and how he had people from every aspect of his life, from members of the Knickerbocker Club to the local rancher to the farmer to the shop owner, all working together in his one company for that battle was meaningful. But I do think it's a vision of what America should be. We are strongest when we look at one another as neighbors, as people that can find that common ground, build from the shared values that we have. And it's definitely the lesson that I learned growing up in upstate New York. My grandmother was somebody who loved getting involved in public service and in politics and community service. And she inspired me very much as a young age to look at public life as a way to serve. I remember stuffing envelopes with her and knocking on doors and helping the local candidates. And that inspired me that a way to serve others is through public service. But we can all serve one another through our local communities, through our not-for-profits, through helping the Theodore Roosevelt Library. The whole community came together to do this. Those activities are the most meaningful activities of our lives. The time we spend helping someone else, doing something for others, is the time that is most valuable. And it's the time that defines who we are and certainly defined who Teddy Roosevelt was. He was a great thinker and he was a bold thinker, but more than anything else, he was a great servant. He always put others first, and that truly is what his legacy is about.
Here.
So we really are a reflection of the people we work for. We are a self-governed nation. First and foremost, that goes back to 250 years ago. That was what Benjamin Franklin, when he said to Mr. Powell, we have created a republic if we can keep it. He's referring to the activities of the citizenship. So if virtue is the most important quality in a leader, it ought to be the most important quality in the citizen. And I think Roosevelt taught that well. And then I would just, as a Dutch reformer, Roosevelt liked Micah, and he, I've quoted Micah 6:8, where he said, in quoting the scripture itself, of course, the prophet himself. Do justly, love mercy, walk humbly with thy God, and carry a big stick. Or something like that. Something.
This is about to conclude our session. Thank you to Senators Gillibrand and Cramer. We started by thinking about the word courage. Doris Kearns Goodwin yesterday mentioned that courage was the virtue that Teddy Roosevelt most aspired toward and appreciated. Little plug, I have just come out with this book on courage. It's called Courage Can Save Us. I've written it for students. It can save us. Yep, thanks. It can save us as a country, but it can also save individuals. Why? Because courage is the choice to face risk for the common good, not oneself. That's what differentiates it from bravery. For the common good. And Teddy Roosevelt believed that. He lived it. That's why our organization, With Honor, which benefits from all the proceeds of the sales of this book, is so delighted to be a partner for the long term with the Teddy Roosevelt Library. And I want to leave you with just some words that are inscribed on the wall. They're these wonderful quotes from Theodore Roosevelt, quite a masterful writer in his own regard. And this is one of them. In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing. So here are two senators that are doing things and doing things at a difficult time for our country. We so appreciate you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you again to Rye, Senator Gillibrand, and Senator Cramer joining us today for this bipartisan conversation, a fitting start to day 2. We'll now take a brief break and return at 11:30 a.m. for our North Dakota Governors panel. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Cortland Miller. I'm the Director of Partnerships with the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library Foundation. Next, we have the story at the heart of everything around you. In 1883, a young New Yorker came west to hunt in the Dakota Badlands. Months later, tragedy struck back home. He lost his wife and mother on the very same day, and he returned to this hard, beautiful country to rebuild himself. He ranched, he struggled, he endured, and he left convinced that he never would have become president had it not been for his time in North Dakota. This conversation gathers the leaders who have since guided the state that shaped Roosevelt. They'll what North forged in Roosevelt and what it still offers the country today. Moderating is North Dakota Governor Kelly Armstrong, joined by 4 former governors of North Dakota, Doug Burgum, Jack Dalrymple, John Hoeven, and Ed Schaefer. Please join me in welcoming the governors.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for being here. Before I introduce the panelists really quick and turn it over to each and every one of them, I would just take a moment to say, I think being the governor in North Dakota is the coolest job in all of politics. And for one brief moment of personal privilege, I can tell you it's not always easy. But it is significantly easier when you get to follow 4 legends who did a fantastic job. And really, really changed the trajectory of this state in a positive way. Sitting to my left is Secretary Doug Burgum. After a successful career in the private sector that landed Microsoft's 2nd largest US campus in Fargo, North Dakota, Doug Burgum served 8 years as governor from 2016 to 2024. President Trump nominated him to be the 55th Secretary of the Interior in November of 2024, and he was confirmed and officially sworn in on February 1st, 2025. Next is Jack Dalrymple. Jack was named Outstanding Young Farmer of the USA in 1983 and helped found the North Dakota Growers Pasta Company. He served 8 terms in the state legislature, including 6 as House Appropriations Chairman, before being elected lieutenant governor on the ticket with John Hoeven in 2000. Jack served 6 years as governor from 2010 to 2016. John Hoeven, for more than 3 decades, starting with his time as the president and CEO of the Bank of North Dakota, John Hoeven has been working on behalf of the people of our state. He currently serves as North Dakota's 22nd U.S. Senator, a position he has held since 2011, following his 10 years of service as the state governor. And last but definitely not least, Ed Schaefer. Ed served 8 years as governor from 1992 to 2000 and is the first and only North Dakotan to serve as the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. Prior to running for office, he worked in the private sector for Gold Seal, the North Dakota-based manufacturing firm founded by his father, Harold Schaefer, serving as company president from 1978 to 1985. And I got his desk in my office. Here's a fun fact. This is not the most governors that have ever been on stage together. 25 years ago, 2 of them were at this event. 25 years ago, 6 governors took the stage together in Bismarck, North Dakota for a panel discussion to mark the 20th anniversary of the North Dakota Heritage Center. So we can say for sure that this is the most governors that have ever been on the stage at the same time in Medora. I told you guys in the green room, we really want this to be a conversation. I hope I'll ask the questions, but really, I'm really excited to hear you guys riff with each other because this is just really, for everybody in this room and especially for me, just a real honor to be up here with each and every one of you. But the question 1 is, Theodore Roosevelt arrived in Medora, a grieving, asthmatic New York assemblyman, and left a different man. Every one of you has stood on this ground and seen this country in every season. Governor Burgum, let's start with you. What does Western North Dakota do to a person? What did it do to you that no other place can?
Well, thank you, Kelly. Certainly got a story to tell there, but I do want to say I had an experience like you years ago. There was an event where these three governors were there. Jack had just been elected. I was in the private sector and got invited to attend, and Alan Olson was there. So there was 4 governors, and I was asked to be MC, and I was looking around the room and I said, there was things going on nationally and in other states. I said, well, wow, North Dakota's an amazing place. Look, we got these 4 amazing leaders. We're all here together. I said, if we were in Illinois and we had 4 governors all in one place, we'd be meeting at a prison.
I'd have probably been their lawyer.
That was funny because it was actually true, given what was going on there right now. But it's an honor to be here with these folks. And of course, as I look down the line and what Kelly said, absolutely, I got a chance, like Kelly, we're standing on the shoulders of the great performances here. And I, a special nod to Ed Schaefer, because he was the first guy that broke through as a Republican governor. When he got elected, there weren't any. And now, I could have, if you have this panel 100 years from now, it might be 100 years of Republicans based on what got started. But way to go, Ed. Let's give it up for Ed. Thank you. But Western North Dakota, it's a, you're growing up in the eastern part of the state, but I was fortunate. Both my parents were hunters, my mom and my dad, but it was largely bird hunting. They both pheasant hunted, duck hunted. We had, dogs, golden retrievers growing up. So I grew up in a hunting family and from a very young age. But then my dad, who had been served in World War II, came down with a terminal illness, passed away after a long battle for a couple of years when I was a freshman in high school. And I didn't really have a mentor to say, hey, like pick up the baton and let's go, learn about hunting. But I had an older cousin who had kids about my age. He invited me to go deer hunting out in the Badlands. We stayed at a ranch down in Marmarth. And my first time out here then was I was a sophomore in high school. And that was transformational for me. I mean, we'd been through the park when I was in single digits because my grandparents lived in Helen, I had cousins in Billings, and so I'd seen the park. But to actually get on the ground and hunt was something, and that was a love affair that never ended. And I've been, hunting in the Badlands basically every year of my life, all the way up through. I don't post about it when you're in this position, but it was. I did, and often when I was governor, I didn't either. But I did end up getting out here for a couple of days last December, and was. Knocked down a nice mule deer at the last day of the season last year, about 30 miles south of here, and that was fun. Then I had to come up here and check on what was going on over here, and then some of the guys on the construction team were like, "Who's this dude wearing camo that's walking through here?" Like like whatever the whole thing. So they're like, I was squeezing in. It was a dual day. I got to shoot a nice mule deer, and I got to come here and watch the progress on the library last December.
That sounds like my favorite day in Western North Dakota. So it sounds perfect. You've each served as governor as one of the most independent-minded states in the country. Governor Hoeven, from your different times in office, what is the part of governing North Dakota that an outsider gets most wrong? And what do you miss most about the job?
I don't know if outsiders get it wrong, but I think they maybe don't realize the full extent of it. But North Dakota is an incredible ag powerhouse. And I wore a tie in honor of that today for all our great farmers and ranchers, right? But we're also an energy powerhouse. And when you tell them that we produce 1.1 million barrels of oil a day, they kind of are agog at that and don't realize that's more than some OPEC countries. They're all excited about Venezuela right now. Venezuela is producing, less than 300,000. And so I think that's one of the things people don't realize, the impact that North Dakota has on this nation. 40 different major crops were either number one or, one of the top producing states in the country in terms of agriculture and ag diversity. And we're just building on that, and it keeps growing and going. And we're leading the world really in agriculture. And now the same thing in energy. I think we provide electricity to about 10 or 12 different states, and think how important that is now with all the, data centers, AI and everything else. Look at this place. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt wouldn't be talking to President Trump without all that electricity to power the AI. And a lot of it's provided right here in North Dakota, and oil and gas. And starting certainly with Governor Schaefer and myself and all these governors, we've worked hard to make North Dakota an energy powerhouse. And the people of this state and the companies of the state have done this. It's really incredible. And just like we're at our 250th birthday, we're the strongest nation in the world. I think in terms of we need to keep our shoulder to the wheel for the next 250 years. And so I talk about things like Crack the Code 2.0 and how we're going to continue to build on those strengths, whether it's ag or energy or anything else. I've always said we can compete with anyone, anywhere, anytime, and do very well.
North Dakota produces food, fuel, and the country's hardest working people. Each of you has led this state through a different chapter of its story. Agriculture, oil, technology, conservation. Governor Dalrymple, what is the next chapter, and what is the version of stewardship North Dakotans should expect from whoever follows?
Okay, that's a pretty complicated question, but let me start with an introduction. I gotta tell people that before I became a governor, I was actually a lieutenant governor for quite a long time. So I have this soft spot in my heart for people who don't get recognized. Drew Wrigley, would you stand up? He was my lieutenant governor the entire time.
The actual current lieutenant governor is dead.
And now he's, sunk down to attorney general, but he's just still doing a fantastic job all the way around. And I'm going to exercise my privilege to introduce my family who has come with me. I don't know where they are, but would you all please stand up and say hello, every single one of you. Come on, you have to stand up. First Lady Betsy. Oh, there's some grandchildren back there. I had to do that, Kelly, because I think of this place, Medora, as the place where people come together, where they meet, where they have a family reunion. And for me, walking in here, having been out of office for almost 10 years now, I'm standing in the hallway and it's unbelievable, the number of people that come up and remember the things that we did for years. What fun is that? And I think this place is about fun. It's about tourism, Ed, thank you. And, people coming together to talk, but just experience this place together. The years that I was governor were really a great ride. And I hit 6 years when North Dakota really surged. Poor Doug Burgum, he came into office after me, and I said, Doug, congratulations. Just so you know, you're starting out with the state pretty much number 1 in everything. But I did tell him the importance of sustaining, the position that we have. And he did a pretty darn good job of that. And in many new areas, made a great leap forward. Energy, okay, I'll take one out of that long list you gave me. The energy story in North Dakota is so interesting because I remember, I'm so old, I remember when the first energy crisis came along, long ago, and Richard Nixon asked the nation to not turn on any Christmas lights to save power that year. And a few years later, we had another wave of energy crisis, and Jimmy Carter said, the answer to the problem is conservation. Just use less electricity this year than you used last year. And I'm thinking, where does this go? And yet for years, that was talked about as a viable approach. Just don't want so much energy. But eventually, people began to realize that that was not the solution. And we started getting calls for energy policy nationally. we need more energy policy. We don't have an energy policy. And everybody was getting all tensed out about it and who had the best energy policy. Finally, I remember this great quote by Governor Haley Barbour of Mississippi. He said, in his drawl, he said, "I got an energy policy, is more energy." And it was kind of like from then on, everybody started to realize, yeah, we have to develop all our sources. And one of the first guys to coin the term was John Hoven. All of the above. We're not for one kind of energy over another. We need it all. We need a lot of it. And we're not going to even talk favorably about one over the other. And now we finally, John, it's taken a long time, but we've finally reached a point where I feel like we are kind of at that place where people understand it. And the policies that we have, and not really policies, it's just an attitude going forward, is so valuable. But I got to just tell my little story about oil and gas development, because I really hit the surge. And it was wild and woolly, believe me. That was a true oil boom. No fooling around. And I learned about it on a cocktail napkin in the bistro bar one night, long ago. And there was a guy there that night by the name of Lauren Copsing, and he drew a picture of the Bakken seam. And he said, "Jack, you got to understand, it's right there. But every time you drill into it, it crumbles and clogs and you can't get it out." He said, "But we've got the secret." Then he drew a little line underneath the seam, and he said, "This is another layer." And they went up to the University of North Dakota to the core library, and they took a look at the cores, and they realized that they could probably drill into the layer underneath. And then if they did a good enough job of fracking or cracking the seams, the oil in the Bakken would drip down into the other layer. So you see, that moment was actually probably the beginning of the great boom in the nation. No more take spare gas cans with you in the back of your car when you went to Minneapolis. All of a sudden, we go from being a non-contender to being the largest producer of oil and gas in the world. And John Hoven got in on a lot of that fun, but when it got really complicated and difficult, that was when I was around.
So. We've been out here for 3 days, and this place is just fantastic and a celebration to TR. And TR said that his time in the Badlands made him president. A century and a half later, we are opening the library in the town that helped form him as a person. Governor Schaefer, what does this place, this library, owe North Dakota in return? And what does it have a responsibility to share with the rest of the country?
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Appreciate it. And I too would like to introduce family, if I may. I have son Tom somewhere and son Eric over here. I don't see Tom. Well, maybe he hasn't heard me enough. So we have grandson Trey and great grandson Jasper here too, all of whom have Medora running through their veins. So we're glad to be here. Thank you. You know, I was thinking, some of you know the story. In 1952, when I was 6 years old, you can do the math, I stood on the top of the bluff looking over Medora, and my dad said, "There's too much here to be lost." And it wasn't like, "Well, I'm going to go build this place and do this." It was kind of a melancholy about that independent way of life, the cowboys on the prairie, the honor and work that you get on the prairie, how it shapes the character and individual values of people. And that's what he was kind of concerned with, is disappearing, because this was a place that really had the opportunity to generate those things in other people. You know, Theodore Roosevelt talked often about how life in the Badlands transformative. That changed. And certainly those of us who had the privilege of living and working here know that to be true. He came to Medora having breathed the air his whole life of wealth and privilege and racial hierarchy and opportunity that other people didn't have. And that's his life, and that's what he grew up with. He came to the Badlands, and here it was where he breathed the air of independence and hard work and challenge and opportunity. And it changed him. It absolutely changed him. I contemplate the mid-20th century book, the Negro Traveler's Green Book. It was a publication that said to travelers, these are safe places and good places and welcoming places for Black American travelers. The Rough Riders Hotel in Medora, North Dakota was listed in that book. And I think it was an echo of what Theodore Roosevelt learned here. Here on the prairie, he worked with cowboys and drifters. He hunted with Métis. His neighbors were Lakota and Mandan. He watched women ownership and operations of ranches and boarding houses and saloons. And he rode with Black cowboys and buffalo soldiers. And that helped him discover the human being away from his growth and his pattern. He learned the human being, and when he left here, he was a different.
This is a test of the TRP operating system. This is a test.
It's working.
Did I pass? Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is when he left, when he left Medora, he knew he had in his soul the courage and the honor and the dignity of the individual human being. And that, as he went to ascend to the presidency, he invited Indian chiefs to participate in his inaugural festivities. He invited Booker T. Washington to dine in the White House, the first Black man ever to be a guest in the White House. And it wasn't perfect, but it's an example of the shift that took place in him with the way he grew up and what he learned here in the Badlands. And I think that is one of the most important messages that we need to carry from this place. Robbie Loft talks about this Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library isn't to come to learn about Theodore Roosevelt, it's to learn from Theodore Roosevelt. And I just pray that this library will continue to inspire, to encourage, to lift people up, to learn from the lessons that Theodore Roosevelt learned right here in Medora.
So we have about 20 minutes left. That means there's 4 people up here that get to talk. You each get 5 minutes, and I'm excited about this. And I'm holding you all to it. I've been excited to control time on you guys for a while. Former state party chair, state senator. I have worked with these guys my entire adult political life, and I am significantly better for it. But we're going to do, I think the thing about the library, the thing about what we're celebrating today is there's history behind it. I always tell people that 75% of the people that sit in my chair would make the exact same decision 75% of the time. 85% of the Republican governors would make the exact same decision I make 85% of the time. It's the 15% at the time and place where you had the privilege of serving as governor, where you all get to make your mark and have a life of consequence. And each of you had different times in North Dakota history, different times with the history of the Badlands, with the state, ag, energy, all of that. So I'm going to work from where we are today all the way back to the beginning. So what is your favorite part about your time as governor, and what did you appreciate the most that you brought to that office at the period of time in which you were doing it, Governor Burgum? You guys have to brag about yourself a little bit because you're all awesome.
That would take longer than 20 minutes to cover all the things we did. But I am going to use part of my 5 minutes to say that I got my friend Jack here, who's from Castleton. Arthur's 15 miles away. I grew up. They have billboards. They have Governor's Park. They have 5 governors from Castleton. I mean, it is like on and on and on about. It's like if you're from Castleton, it's like you wake up and then just I'm going to be the governor someday. It's like that's going to happen.
Don't get any ideas,
it was
Michael.
so it was. So people said, "Why'd you run for governor?" And it's like because everybody in Arthur said we want to have a sign by our town that says we have at least one governor on Highway 18. So it's been, but Jack and Betsy have been amazing to Catherine and I. Catherine, the First Lady, is here, did a fabulous job when she was governor. We were so honored to serve as the 33rd governor and First Lady of North Dakota. It was really special. I would say that one thing that did come during that time in office, including some of the people that are in the room, Jay Spieler, Robbie Loft, we had a number of folks were there when this idea of how do we take the idea of a Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library and how do we upscale it? And I think that there is a lesson there for all of North Dakota, because there will be a book written not about TR, there'll be a book written about how the library came to be. And this whole thing was like TR. It was bold, it was audacious, it was impossible. It was like the idea of, at the time when we started, we didn't have an architect, we didn't have land, which we needed an act of Congress to get these 93 acres. We didn't have a budget. We didn't have anything, but we had one thing going. We had a release date, which was July 4th, 2026. We knew that we wanted to have a library open on that day, and here we are. We also knew that we had an opportunity to not just look in the past, but have a place where people could come and be inspired about how they could play a role in citizenship, leadership, in conservation, how they could be in the arena, not be a critic on the side, but how they could make a difference. And it was meant to be interactive. And we said, how can we make this a place where, I think Ed O'Keefe was the first one to say it, we want a place where people will bring their kids, and the kids and grandkids will drag their parents and grandparents, as opposed to parents, dragging their kids to a presidential library. Most presidential libraries is a lot of objects under glass. We've got some spectacular objects here that help tell that story, historic kind of Mona Lisa quality things that we had to pry out of the hands of the federal government, which got easier, by the way. I got a lot of no's when I was governor, but I got in a new role and people started saying yes. It was weird when you're like asking the Park Service to give up valuable objects.
I have the opposite experience. People told me no all the time as a congressman. It's a lot easier as governor.
But here we are. But I would say to this day, as we celebrate the opening, I mean, for everybody here, it's to say this is a milestone. It's not a finish line. It's a starting line. And the starting line for North Dakota and all the supporters and all the donors that here, I mean, we have an opportunity to build a lasting cultural institution. This is all private sector dollars that have gone into this thing. We had a great challenge grant from the state of North Dakota. That money still sits at the state land board, which Kelly oversees right now. It still sits there. So everything you see here, every salary that was paid, every construction bill was paid by the private sector. This was a big dream, and people said it couldn't be done. And they said it couldn't be done at a scale that was 1/30th the size that we ended up with the vision. So sometimes for North Dakota, we have to believe in ourselves. We have to believe, like Theodore Roosevelt did, that we can do big things, that we can build great institutions, that we can drive the policy for the nation on ag, on energy. We're literally doing it right now. This administration is following the path laid that North Dakota showed on how we could become the highest GDP state with some of the lowest taxes, smartest regulations, cleanest air, cleanest water, best soil health. We were doing it all right here. There aren't false trade-offs. You can be a country that has energy abundance and has low energy prices and takes care of the environment. It's not a trade-off. We can do all of that. We're doing it here in North Dakota and doing it because of the gentleman on the stage helped pave the way to make that happen. And everybody on the stage and everybody in this audience had a hand in helping this institution come to life. But remember, let's celebrate this incredible beginning, this incredible milestone, but let's all recommit ourselves to how great we can make this and how we can continue to increase the impact of North Dakota on the nation and the world.
And I'm going to say this because I think it doesn't get said enough. And this place as it exists and what we are in today doesn't happen without Governor Burgum. Jack, you'd said earlier, just about 10 years out of public office. When you look back, what do you miss? What are you the most proud of? Like, what do you remember the most fondly about your time and the job of being governor of this great state?
Sure. Just before I dive into that, though, one little follow-up on how this place, came to be. And it is absolutely magnificent, but it's also miraculous. And if somebody from out of North Dakota says, how'd you do that? I would need a lot of time to explain it. But you start with—
You got 4 minutes.
You start with a Governor Schaefer, who was, his family was like, the definition of tourism in North Dakota. He creates a place that at least a lot of people are aware of, and people can see the potential of it. Governor Hoeven comes along and says, yeah, we ought to do that, and let's start working on that. And maybe can we get some federal land, or maybe could we get some big donors, or, how can we put this together? And then I, kind of followed along and said, yeah, great idea. Let's see what we can do. But one day, Doug Burgum, before you were governor, stood up and stuck his neck out and said, this presidential library idea is going to happen. And everybody was kind of, yeah, right. Chuckling and making little comments as they can do in the halls of the legislature. But, all of a sudden I'm saying to people, you don't know Doug Burgum that well, do you? And I said, I know him pretty well. And this guy creates software companies out of thin air and stuff like that. And I said, when Doug Burgum tells you he's going to achieve something, you better not bet against him. And that's what I said then. And you've made me right. You've made me right. Thank you. And thank you from all of us for what you did. Oh, okay. My time in the office. I look back and I'm proudest of the way that I understood bipartisanship and working for solutions to problems with more than just one party. And I had an advantage there. I was a legislator for 16 years. My wife, Betsy, actually agreed to come to Bismarck with me when we were very young. We put our children in the Bismarck public school system. Didn't hurt them a bit. And we actually had a great time with it. But I became the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. In the Schaefer years, there was a very simple thing. Ed proposed no spending, and then I followed through with his proposal. And we were actually very proud at the end of the day to say that we had not allowed taxes to go up or spending to increase. And, these days, it's pretty tough to do that. But we were able to do that.
It's tough to do that too.
And Ed deserves good credit for that. But, then when John came along, I was sort of the accidental lieutenant governor. I went to the convention and I actually supported Gary Nelson, my neighbor at Castleton. You got to give me credit for not wanting to bury that, though, Could have just done away with that. But there was a need for a running mate at that convention, and it was getting late on a Sunday morning, and there was a lot of people had the opportunity, but nobody was dumb enough to go for it. And finally, I turned to Betsy and I said, "Oh, what the heck? What else we got to do?" And she said, "Yeah, why not?" And that was the real decision right there. And becoming the lieutenant governor with Governor Hoeven was probably the best bet I ever made in my life. I thought I saw success ahead with him, and he turned out to be a great executive branch individual. And so here I am, 16 years in the legislature, looking at the governor's office as nothing but the enemy. And then suddenly I'm in the governor's office, and I've got to talk to legislators like Kelly about what ought to happen. And everybody, really does not understand that there's a tremendous advantage in having a relationship and knowing the people that are involved. And so if I wanted to talk to somebody about joining us and solving a problem, they would talk to me. And that was a real advantage. Since then, I've been asked to go places and speak on bipartisanship. But what's happened is really a tragedy, and is probably, as the last panel pointed out, Kevin Cramer, Senator Cramer included, maybe the biggest problem facing our nation right now. So that was the highlight for me. We were able to do a lot of things on a bipartisan basis.
I'm just letting the timer up top know I'm taking a minute back. Thank you. Governor Hoeven, as somebody who's in DC now, and I'm sure misses North Dakota every day, what do you remember most? What are you most excited about?
Well, first off, serving as governor, any elective office is an incredible honor. And, you appreciate the great people in North Dakota for giving all of us that opportunity. But I think you could ask every one of the governors, and we've all been in different roles as well, whether it's in the Senate or secretary. But hands down, the best possible job is being governor. And I ask all of the senators who were former governors, and they say the same thing. And a lot of it is being able to set the agenda, to create initiatives, and then follow through. And I think that's one of the biggest and best things about it, which I'm going to touch on. But I also want to touch on that I've had the opportunity, and still have the opportunity, to have worked or am still working with every one of these individuals on stage in so many capacities. I was president of the Bank of North Dakota, of course, when you were chairman of the Bank of North Dakota. And as Jack said, he was in the legislature, and it was always fun as president of the Bank of North Dakota to go talk to the legislators and hear what they said about the governor, and then go talk to the governor and hear what they said about the legislators. With Dorso and Nelson, and it was fun. And they didn't pull any punches either way. But that's the beauty of our government, the checks and the balances. And we had Vanderwall at the Supreme Court, and I really got to see right there that we have great people in government, and they work hard, and they serve the people of North Dakota very well. And of course, then working with Doug, I actually was at the Bank of North Dakota, and I was asking about a loan that we had on the books to a company called Great Plains Software. And I said, "Oh, what's that?" Wells Fargo was the lead, and then we're the participating bank. And so, when thing tanks, we're the ones that get it in the neck. That's kind of how it works with Bank of North Dakota. And we had this great thing. They said, it's all right. If it goes down, we got this great thing as collateral. I said, "Oh, what's that? Is that farmland or, what kind of?" It's software. And I'm going, what the hell is that? So we go over to Fargo, and we go into this, it was like a shopping center area that he was renting. And he's sitting in his office, and people are putting these floppy disks in little boxes, and they're packing those little boxes in cartons. And he's explaining software to me, and on, and of course, fine. And we walk out of there, and I said, If this thing goes down, we're screwed.
It didn't.
But it kind of, as you know, it kind of worked out. And and with Kelly, he was chair of the party, worked with him in Congress now. As every one of these guys, working with him is such a great experience. And so as I worked on initiatives, both as governor, you know, when I started as governor, we were producing less than 100,000 barrels a day, and there wasn't one drop coming out of shale. And you're right, guys like Lauren Copsing were saying, oh, it's there, it's there. And I'd heard a lot from Lauren, so I'm thinking, well, maybe it's there, you know, but he was dead right. And whether it was that or all the amazing things, advancements in agriculture, or how about making Grand Forks the drone capital of the world? You know, how's that show? I mean, pretty good show. Well, we are the drone and counter drone capital of the world, and it's an overnight success. We only started 20 years ago in 2005, but that's how it works. Hard work. And these guys work hard. They're great people. Great families, and they all recognize that it takes a team. It takes a team to get things done. And the things we started working on as governor, we're still working on today, and we're making them bigger and better. Look at all the things that Ed Schaefer did and his whole family for Medora, and now look at what Doug Burgum is doing. It's crazy. And we all got a little piece of it, passing the law to get, that was my bill, along with my great partner, Mr. Cramer right here in the front row. Senator Cramer was a co-sponsor in the bill. But all those things, those initiatives are so fantastic because we're working for the greatest people anywhere in the world. The people of North Dakota.
Us as Republicans, I think we take for granted Republican and conservative leadership in North Dakota. That wasn't always the case. 1992. Very different state, very different political makeup. Along comes a guy named Ed Schaefer. Changes the trajectory of how leadership is done in this state. You kind of started it all for each and every one of us. What do you remember the most fondly? What are you the most proud of? You got extra time.
I'll try to give a short answer, but you know, there are many things. One, I think when we started, obviously, the state was in a pretty tough condition. The economics were awful. Energy and agriculture, our top two performers, were both in the tank. Government was cutting back. We didn't have enough money to pay our bills. Things were pretty bad, and the state had been run that way for 40 years. And it was a difficult time. And so we came in and said, we want to change. You know, we want to look at a new way to do it. And a lot of it was people were in the doldrums. People were tired. Their kids were leaving the state. They didn't have jobs or careers. Things were, you know, just kind of really disruptive in people's lives. And we came in and said, our campaign was Schaefer Means Business. And that meant a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But one of the things it meant is, you know, if we want to generate North Dakota's future, it's not government that's going to drive the economy. It's business that's going to drive the economy. And we need to move government out of the way and get opportunities for business investment, for jobs, for careers, for our kids and our families, and make that work. And so it was fun because we didn't have any money. And Jack was talking about the fact, well, you know, we just said no spending. But what we were able to do is we were able to generate that economy through business investment by lowering taxes, by removing regulations, and the economy started to go. At the same time, we cut the cost of government, lowered the cost of government for the first time in North Dakota. So we had a lesser cost government. We put more money into education and safety and health of our people. And we drove that economy going forward. And we're still enjoying the results of that today. One of the opportunities and examples I give, because we're talking about energy, is, you know, in 1997, we came in and said, let's do a 2-year tax holiday on a horizontal well that's drilled in a vertical dry well. So you didn't have to have a new pad, you didn't have to do utilities, you were able to go in and do it. And, you know, that people was like, oh, that's pretty interesting, economic incentive. And lowering the taxes caused leasing, equipment to move, opportunities. And we said, oh my gosh, this is going to go. And that is an example of many things we did to spur the economy. And I'm most proud of that. The second piece is when I was campaigning the first time, a farmer from Zeeland, North Dakota, started poking me in the chest, literally. And he said, you know, I'm a Democrat and you're a Republican, and I think you're going to win. But he said, I want you to know, when you get there, you're going to represent me too. And, you know, that led the opportunity to, the first tenet in our office was to serve all the people all the time. And we were able to really bring North Dakota out of the doldrums and into a fun, exciting, happy, moving forward place, because we put people in the equation, not government. And I think that's a lesson from Theodore Roosevelt. He came out here, he interacted with the people, he learned, that's what we did in the governor's office. We interacted with the people. Kevin was out there all the time, you know, trying to gin up people. And we're going, we don't have any money, but we're going to cut spending. And by the way, we're cutting taxes. And people supported it because they had belief and hope in the future. And I think we generated that. The most important thing for me personally, 8 years after being in office, our scheduler, who's the toughest job in the administration, our scheduler came in and said, I worked for 4 different governors. You're the only one who's the same person coming in as you were leaving. And that was a win.
That's a great answer. Thank you all. Thank you all for joining us up here today. But most importantly, thank you what each and every one of you have done for the state of North Dakota. And you all have a special part of history of what we all believe is the greatest state and the greatest country in the history of the world. So thank you all very, very much.
Governors, thank you again for such an inspiring conversation. We will be back at 12:30 p.m. That's 12:30 p.m. for our First Lady and the Modern Presidency panel. Thank you. When Edith Roosevelt entered the White House, the role of First Lady was still being defined, and she helped define it. She guided the 1902 restoration of the White House, brought on the first social secretary, managed the family's public image, and served as a trusted advisor and steady anchor to her husband, shaping a role defined not by formal authority, but by influence. This conversation traces the role Edith helped shape and how succeeding First Ladies have influenced public life, civic culture, and the presidency itself through partnership, purpose, and visibility. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished speakers to the stage for our panel, The First Lady and the Modern Presidency, moderated by our own First Lady of North Dakota, Kirsten Armstrong.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an amazing week to be an American and better yet, a North Dakotan. To all of our friends at the library, I am so incredibly impressed and proud of you. The whole team, Robbie, Ed, congratulations. You've created something spectacular that I really think is going to be transformative for anyone that walks through it. So thank you. Great thing for North Dakota, great thing for our country, and also a great thing for the world. I have a group of wonderful women with me here today. First, we have Betsy Fisher-Martin to my left. She's an award-winning former news executive who is currently a professor at American University School of Public Affairs and the executive director of their Women in Politics Institute. Her career spans political journalism, public affairs, and higher education, including more than 2 decades at NBC News, producing Meet the Press, and later overseeing political programming. She is excited to begin a new job this fall as the director of the Institute of Politics at Harvard University. So congratulations, Betsy. We also have Anita McBride. She is an internationally recognized expert on First Ladies, White House operations, and presidential history. She directs the First Ladies Initiative at American University, and she previously served as the Chief of Staff to First Lady Laura Bush, so she has some insights here. After 2 decades of White House service across 3 administrations. And to her left, we have Michelle Orton. Michelle is the director of the Theodore Roosevelt Leadership Program and a professor of leadership studies at Dickinson State University. Her work focuses on ethical leadership, civic engagement, and preparing students to lead the life of purpose, service, and impact. And Michelle and I have a little special bond. We actually were in the same hospital at the same time, welcoming our firstborns, and they now just graduated from high school. So we have known each other ever since. But these ladies have a lot of insights, so let's dig into the conversation. I'm going to start with you, Anita. Sure. The First Lady has influence, visibility, access, and expectations, but she has no constitutional job description. From Edith Roosevelt to the modern era, how have First Ladies used that undefined space, and what are the strengths and limitations of power that work through relationships, trust, presence, and judgment rather than formal authority?
Well, thank you very much, Kirsten, for moderating this with us and for everyone that's here to hear about First Ladies. It's such an important role, and it's a role that has no position description, no definition. In fact, in our Constitution, there's 35 words, only 35 words for the President of the United States to take the oath, but not one word about the First Lady. But it's an immediately powerful platform the minute the President takes the oath of office. And our first president knew that. He knew it was a 2-person job, and he needed Martha to help him as a partner, particularly in the ceremonial function, of which she was very well skilled. And I think it's important to look at our first 3, the founding mothers, if you will. Martha, who helped to set the standard for what it was like to live in a republic. And Abigail Adams, who followed her, tried very hard to emulate the way Martha Washington and her social graces and bringing people together, but she found it hard to hold her tongue, and was an example of a first lady whose influence was so profound on her husband, and really was a woman ahead of her time. So she was an example of how the position can really lead. She was an abolitionist, and for example, and believed in education for women and women's rights. Very famously said, remember the ladies, to her husband when he was writing the Constitution, and that was never included, of course, for 133 years. But the following, Dolly Madison, another one who set the standard of bipartisan entertaining. So we have these three, women, and that went unmatched for decades. So we have these three women who are confidants to their husband, who use the social role to set a standard for the new nation, and really at the end of the day showed that they were so profoundly devoted to the success of the new country, of which there was no guarantee that it would survive. So they give us an example for first ladies to follow on how to act in a very undefined role, and each of them created it on their own.
So I'll follow up with you again, Anita. Edith did not hold elected office, as we just discussed, but she did help shape the modern presidency. She hired the first White House social secretary. She restored the White House. She managed family, privacy, hosted diplomats, and helped create a more disciplined public role around the president. For those who know Theodore Roosevelt well, but know Edith less well, what should we understand about her and her role?
Well, she was a first lady of firsts. For example, she was the first lady to travel abroad with her husband. That was to the Panama Canal. I mean, she did come into the White House and helped and ushered in a modern era. She was really the first lady of the 20th century. And by establishing the first professional staff position for a first lady, which was a social secretary, because she came in with this big family and she needed to manage, excuse me, the expectations of a social calendar, which was so important, but also a private life. So, and also, of course, one of the most important things that she oversaw was the renovation of the White House, an extraordinary change to the physical structure of the White House. The most important is moving all of the staff out of the residence into a new executive wing, which we all know and call the West Wing today. But she was so astute about being close to her husband. She was his eyes and ears on almost everything, every decision that he made. She put her office right next to his up in the residence, because she did, of course, maintain an office for him up there. And the door was always open, and she would sit there and she would hear, everything that was going on. And Teddy Roosevelt himself, said that later that her judgment was so good that whenever he went against it, he regretted it. But the one thing to know about yes, the governor, where's the governor? The one thing to know about her too, she played this profoundly important role in diplomacy. And that's during the negotiations of the war between Russia and Japan, Theodore Roosevelt is asked to mediate the conflict. And he needed valuable information that he could not get through official channels. She was the mediator. There's extensive correspondence that we discovered in writing our book, Remember the First Lady, between her and a British diplomat who was in St. Petersburg, Russia, that was providing valuable information of what was happening on the ground. And it helped Theodore Roosevelt in his negotiations, which were successful and for which he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 1906. So she clearly had a role to play
Remarkable. I had the pleasure of speaking with Maria Shriver last week, and she said that when she took his office as the First Lady of California, the budget for the First Lady's office was earmarked as a project of the governors. I don't think it remained that way, but I suspect that Edith was not a project of the governors.
No, clearly. And she was successful in getting that one federal position, though. And of course, it's grown.
Yes. Moving on to you, Betsy. Roosevelt's public energy was famous, but every public leader has a private architecture of support: family, marriage, friendships, faith, routine, counsel, and home. What do first ladies reveal about the private conditions that make public leadership possible? And what happens when the public forgets that leaders are always human beings as well?
Yeah, it's such a great point, and thank you, Anita, for that download on everything there, because it's fascinating. And when you think about the eyes and the ears, right? So important, that proximity to power and the power that first ladies have, but they also, we're judging them all the time. That issue of perception. And first ladies are people too. They're humans, right? And they are often looked at to try to humanize the president in some ways. But you have to realize that there's risks with that. There's this, double standard that we talk about a lot when we talk about women in politics, that you have that double bind of being judged on lots of different elements. Are you nice enough? Are you tough enough? Are you this? Are you that? Right? And I think that comes into play with first ladies as well. And it is a really hard line for them to have to walk. Plus, all of the other responsibilities that are added on, the humanizing, the eyes and the ears, the proximity to power. And I feel like, especially in this modern presidencies and first ladies, that, there's not a perfect formula for this, and we don't always get it right. I think Anita and her time with Mrs. Bush, I thought you all spent so much time thinking strategically about the projects that she was going to do in such a way, and really took a lot of care of that perception. I feel like when first ladies go through campaigns, right? It's a negative environment, and that's when sometimes negative narratives can take hold. And it's very hard, having been in the media, once the media has a narrative of a particular person, first lady or not, it's difficult to change that. And so coming into public view in a way during a tough campaign, you can sometimes have these negative perceptions that exist. Just look at anyone who lived through the 92 Hillary campaign. It took her a long time to shake some of the negative perceptions of her that happened during that campaign. And I thought what Anita did so well during Mrs. Bush's presidency is just really thinking about where she was going to be, who she was going to be talking to, the kinds of issues that she was going to be working on, in a way that she could enhance the power of her husband, of the presidency, and do it in a way that I think really did support him in the public perception.
Can I just say one thing
course,
to that?
yes.
In fact, in my interview with Laura Bush to be her chief of staff, she said exactly that. I'm not here for me. I'm here for George and because of George. So that everything that she wanted to do and really set the direction as the first lady, we were the staff that executed it, but we did look to fulfill that goal of hers. What was he working on? What were the priorities of the administration? Where can she take her background and her expertise and contribute to that?
And I think even with Afghanistan, what she was able to do, and you would not have anticipated that, coming into office, of course, but there was a need for her to take that role and talk about the importance of helping women in Afghanistan. And she did that in such a way that elevated the issue, so that people were talking about it, so that it was on the agenda.
And came on your show.
Came on
to
Meet the
talk
Press
about
and
it
did that
multiple
as well.
times.
And I will say, having tried to book first ladies on Meet the Press over the years, it's very difficult because they want to approach it in a way that's strategic and thoughtful. For example, we never had Michelle Obama on Meet the Press because she was very, very cognizant of not wanting to be political.
Yeah, and it's hard.
And it's hard. And when you come on a show like Meet the Press, there is an undercurrent of politics. But when Mrs. Bush would come on, it was usually, this is creative booking on my part, we would say, we're doing a special edition of Meet the Press. We're going to dedicate the entire show to talking about women in Afghanistan or something, right? And so she would come and she would do it. And we would didn't ever bait her into politics.
And she
would come
appreciated
back.
that
Yes.
because I think all first ladies worry about the trick question.
They do. They
and
do.
being tripped up, and mostly that there be some light of day being shown between themselves and their husbands, particularly on policies. And it happened to Barbara Bush. It happened to a number of them. But no, thank you for those.
But that's an interesting point. How do you see the different modern first ladies' approach to coordinating with their husbands and being completely in line? It, at least from the outside, looks as though the last few first ladies have done it very differently.
It was interesting. I was just reading an article in Politica this morning about First Lady Melania Trump, and it was all about what she's doing this term, very strategically using her time and focus. And then the headline was, "I want this on Donald's desk in August." It was about a bill that she wanted Congress to pass, but that was her kind of asserting, much different than I thought in the first term of how she.
It is, sure is the benefit of having walked the walk before and been through the line of fire and the familiarity of the position, what's expected of you, living in the house, knowing that all those things make it much more comfortable to say, okay, this is how I'm going to do it my way this time. And it was a very hostile environment for her in the first term, and she certainly is controlling that much better and on her behalf.
Thank you. Moving on to you, Michelle. We often tell leadership stories as if great leaders emerge alone. Edith Roosevelt complicates that story. She was not just adjacent to TR's presidency. She helped steady the household, manage the public stage, and support the institution around him. What should young leaders learn from the idea that leadership is formed through partnership and not just through individual ambition?
Thank you, Tin. And you both bring up some very good points as far as that position and what they do. Before I answer that, though, can I pick on Governor Armstrong a little bit?
Absolutely.
So when we do talk about the connection we have, I do have to share with you guys that the day my son was born, I remember Kelly just ran by my room, and then he stops, comes back, and he looks at me, he goes, "We had a baby." And I said, "Kelly, we did too." He's like, "Congratulations." And he's gone. And I thought that was great. But when I think of the energy, those of you who know Kelly well, you know he's very energetic. And I think of Teddy Roosevelt and his energy as well. I think Governor Armstrong brings that to our state. So I wanted to add that. But as far as emerging leaders, when you talk about, when I start with I work with 80 students a year, around that number. And one of the first things we emphasize is I really want them to understand that leadership is not a title. Leadership is having the ability to bring out the best in others. It's being able to elevate those that you are working with. And I believe when you talk about first ladies and their positions, they each have their unique way of doing that. And they understand the importance of making sure that the individual, the president, the person in that leadership position is healthy, is in a shape where they're able to handle any situation. And when they have a challenging day, they are able to come to their safe place, which is home. And they have that individual who they can have those conversations with. And that's truly a leader. In my mind, when we are working with emerging leaders, we talk about the importance of being that person. It's not about the title. It's focus on the mission. What is your mission? Don't focus on receiving credit for what we're doing. And, I coached for several years as well. My husband and I both were college basketball coaches. I remember my first priority was making sure I had a good assistant coach. And in order for me to have a good assistant coach, I needed to invest time into that individual. And the result of that is when you can have someone you respect, they respect you, trust, accountability, and your players or your employees, your organization, they feed into that. And now you have a culture that wants to accomplish that mission with you. And I believe that the role of the First Lady, they're great role models. When you think about that, they each have their strengths, they understand their strengths, and they're able to use those strengths to elevate not just the president or the person in that leadership position, but they themselves are quiet leaders. And I think that adds so much value to any position.
Can I pick up on that one point too about most admired women? And it's been so important when you look at for the last 30 years, when pollsters ask, what's the most admired woman? It is, for the last 30 years, has always been a current or a former First Lady of the United States. And so when we think about encouraging women leadership, encouraging women to be more involved in politics, these are the women that our young women are looking to as those role models. And you know, I think that's really important as the First Lady thinks about their role. They have to also understand, yes, they are supporting their husband, but they are also a role model themselves.
May I add a couple of
course.
examples to that? As they were both talking, it really reminded me of people like the Lady Bird Johnsons of the world who said, you know, I have a podium and I'm going to use it. And she really is the first Lady of the conservation movement. She cared about our natural landscape. She supported it. She lobbied for it. And the Highway Beautification Act is due as much to her as it is to Lyndon Johnson signing it. And you think of the bravery of someone like Betty Ford, who after 6 weeks of becoming First Lady, after an already traumatic period, the resignation of Richard Nixon because of Watergate, is diagnosed with breast cancer at a time where the word breast and cancer was never even said in public. There was such stigma associated with it. Yet she went public with it and was famously photographed after her surgery throwing a football to her former football playing husband to show that A, my husband's still with me, and B, I can have an active life again. And anyone in the medical community will tell you that women's health is measured in 2 time periods, before Betty Ford and after Betty Ford. That's how profound that act was for her to speak out. So you're both absolutely right. They are in this position that's so ill-defined, no salary. Pat Nixon called it the hardest unpaid job in the world, but it is such an opportunity to help drive the nation forward on issues that need attention and ultimately do not only help their own polls, but hopefully spills over, you know, to their husbands, not always.
And think about Eleanor Roosevelt. No men in the
Absolutely.
press corps, so she would hold press conferences and invited just women reporters to
That's
that.
exactly
That changed the face of journalism in many ways.
Most activist First Lady of our history. Of course, she had 12 years to do it, but you know, she begged Franklin for a role. I'll read your correspondence. I'll write your speeches. I'll travel for you. He did not want her to have a role, but that's the first thing she did. Within a week, held the first press conference for only female reporters because they were not really included in the president's press conferences. And over her time, did almost 350 of those press conferences and really helped a burgeoning sector of the news, which was women in the news.
Betsy, you brought up earlier that the way the media covers has evolved. And of course, we now have social media, which changes things a bit too. How do you see that impacting First Ladies and how they dare to be bold?
It is hard, right? Do you struggle with some of that too as First Lady? Have to turn the table. I mean, you're dealing with this all the time, right?
I'm very mindful that I'm not elected
Yes,
and that
yes.
I strive to support Kelly and their administration, and I love to do great things for North Dakota, but nobody picked me to do it. So I try to stay in my lane.
Yeah. I mean, I think the amplification of social media, it adds another layer for First Ladies and their staffs to have to think about how they're engaging on all those platforms. It also opens up a lot of incoming negativity that can be fed on as well. You know, when I think about, again, going back to kind of women and inspiring young women to be more involved in public service, one of the main reasons that women say that they don't want to run for office is because of the viciousness of social media and the scrutiny of media at large and the negativity there. And it's a real deterrent for young women to take that step forward and go into public leadership.
Well, and to add to that, you think about the private life and if you have children as well, and trying to protect the children involved. And that's really difficult to balance as well.
And security that goes along with that.
Correct.
Right?
And Michelle, you probably see some of that just in young leaders that you are helping shape, that it can be a deterrent.
We talk about that in several of our leadership classes. I also serve on the Dickinson Public School Board, and I serve on the state association as well. And so I have experience in that as well, as far as the emails we receive, the phone calls, as far as, and when you have children in the school system as well, sometimes, you know, those are thoughts that run through your mind as far as if a decision's made that people are not happy about, you know, how do you protect your own kids from that? But as emerging leaders, you know, we talk a lot about, you know, making sure that you stay grounded. I always remind our students, no matter what you go through, handle situations with grace. So make sure you take that step back and reevaluate the situation before you respond to people, and be sure that your response is something that is not going to come back to you later. And those are things, I mean, you really have to be thoughtful, which is work. And I'm sure you're aware of that too, Tin. Everything you do, eyes watching. And so that is a difficult position for first ladies and women in those positions, is you're balancing not only your spouse's position, but then your personal life as well.
Right.
Yep. Okay, let's move on to the First Lady today. The role of the First Lady has changed enormously across the 20th and 21st centuries, from hostess and symbolic figure to advocate, diplomat, policy voice, and cultural interpreter. What should we ask of First Ladies today? And what should we stop asking them to do? Anita, I'll start with you.
Sure. Well, I think, you know, we have an expectation, I think, as Americans, that the First Lady, the President's spouse, use that position for something that is going to help the country or respond to a need. And I don't think that's unfair. It is, you're right, it's not the elected position. And I think we have seen examples of when the line has been crossed, like Mrs. Clinton and being involved in healthcare reform back in 1993 and 1994. That did not go so well. The country was not ready for it. Now, out of fairness to her, the president handed her that responsibility to oversee, and it was more the way it was done, not that it was
It also
asked
fed
of
into that
her.
narrative we were talking about earlier, right?
About her.
just
The
you know,
2 for
the ambitious
1.
and the 2 for 1. It just
Exactly.
doubled down on that.
And it was very hard
Yeah.
to walk back from that until recently, as you say. So I think, you know, our expectations are fair, that they, you know, use the position in some way. But I think we also have to understand they have to do what's authentic to them. And they're best at it when they are choosing a project or an initiative that they care about, know something about. It just brings a lot of credibility to it. I think the other thing is, you know, we do expect them to respond to emergent needs too. And I think one of the best examples I can give you of that is after 9/11. And, you know, Laura Bush became a comforter in chief to the nation. No one could have prepared her on January 20th, 2001, when her husband was sworn in, to be prepared for a terrorist attack on the country. But you draw from your own inner reserves to respond to help the nation heal and be soothed and to be calm. So I think, you know, it is, you know, it's a tough role, or it's a tough answer to give you on what we should expect. We should expect them to try and use the position for good, I think, is the
In
most
an
basic
authentic
answer I
way
can
to
give you.
each first. I strongly agree with that. Betsy, any additional
Yeah, and
thoughts?
yeah, I think that authenticity is important. And I think when First Ladies have been able to get that right, it's been most effective. When they haven't gotten it right, or there's a misalignment, and I'm thinking back to Mrs. Trump in the first term when she did the anti-bullying online, which, you know, when her husband was on Twitter blowing up people, it was misaligned in some ways, because it just begged the obvious, like, well, are you saying this and this is happening on Twitter, right? And so this term, you know, as I mentioned earlier, I think she's being much more strategic and finding ways that she can, you know, carve out some areas where she can be effective. And, you know, on this issue of foster care and helping children, she has article I mentioned this morning has 2 very positive quotes from congressional Democrats. You don't see that happening about her husband, right? And so she's been able to kind of carve that lane out and is doing it in a very deliberative way. And I think putting some more thought behind it, maybe that wasn't available in the first term.
I agree.
Just to be candid.
Well,
100%.
TR didn't like being VP because he didn't feel useful, and I think it's the same
Yes,
thing,
exactly.
right? That, Michelle, any additional thoughts?
I would agree with authenticity. I think that's important. I think of, I like to use the word pivot, and I feel Mrs. Trump pivoted.
Yes.
And I think she realized for the second term that she needed to establish a different reputation, and she found her strengths, like you said. And I think that was beneficial to President Trump as well. And I think, we talk about being partners, and I think Edith and TR they had a partnership, a strong partnership. And that is so important in any type of relationship. And we talk in my program about leadership being relational. And I think it's, investing in people, as I said earlier, but I think when they understand each other that way, and the importance of, being there for each other, that partnership to where I've got you, you have me. And I think President Trump and Mrs. Trump, you see that the second term, in my opinion.
It's interesting. In the first term, Mrs. Trump was willing to, and going back to something you said, Kirsten, earlier, she was willing to say things opposite of her husband. And one example really is during COVID, when he was from the Oval Office saying you don't have to social distance, you don't have to wear a mask. She's on the front steps of the White House on the North Portico, recording a public service announcement for the Centers for Disease Control, encouraging people to social distance and to wear a mask, and really did not get credit for doing that, for having the willingness to really follow what was a protocol, like it or not, was what people thought would help them at that moment. So, and I think to the pivot, her platform now is the same platform. The Be Best platform is what is the basis for all these things that she is doing, but she has made the pivot on a select pieces that really do matter and are important to the country to pay attention about. The rapidly changing technology, particularly artificial intelligence. If you follow the administration's work on this, she's really the leading voice. And I think that that's really very interesting and important and commendable.
I agree, and I think the authenticity comes through, that this is something she really cares about. First ladies are often expected to be influential, but then they're criticized when they are. First, some thoughts on that, but also if we have a first gentleman, do you think that will change that dynamic a little bit? Or when we have a first gentleman, I should say.
Sure. Would you like me to address
Sure.
the first gentleman? And then, no, I'd like to, because I think, first of all, we have a couple of examples that we can point to in our country, right? We have a number of female governors, male spouses. So how have they carved out the role? We can look at that as an example. But I think the most recent example at the national level, of course, with Kamala Harris being vice president and her husband, Doug Emhoff, as the second gentleman, if you asked him the question, what's your most important role? He gave the most traditional response, to support the vice president. So that indicates to me really that gender doesn't make a difference in that role. You're still the unelected person. You're there.
His
to support
approach,
them.
but the media certainly treated him a little.
Media treated, but then he also carved out two other roles. One was an initiative that the administration handed him, the anti-Semitism initiative. So he was out there pretty public on that. And then he also maintained a job outside the home. He was still working as a professor at Georgetown University. So I think there is still a certain amount of tradition that will always be associated with this role. And I think that is important. And it goes to the point at the bottom, at the end of the day, it's not the elected official, and it is a supportive role, but it is a platform to really use in that short period of time that you have temporary custodianship of it. I don't know, what do you think?
you know, as you were speaking, I was thinking back as far as my first year as a college basketball coach. My husband was actually my assistant. And yes.
There you go.
That was my most challenging year. But the reason I bring it up is before the games during warmups, the officials always made their way to him. They always made their way to him to ask if he had any questions. And he was very good at always saying, turn around. She is on the other end. And that opened my eyes to that position and that role. And I do feel it's changing. And it has, we were just talking about soccer, women's soccer in the green room, and WNBA, and how much that has really sparked something for females as well. And I think it really has changed the narrative, in my opinion. And so I feel you're right. I think traditionally we'll probably always have some of those beliefs, some of those traditions, but I do feel that there's been a change.
I think too that, you know, that the temptation that goes along with that when you've got a first gentleman or a second gentleman to pull them more into politics, or maybe they would have a willingness to be more political. And I could see that happening a little more frequently if and when that time comes, that you know, that's the first gentleman is going to have to be very cognizant of that and not to really put up those divisions and speak out politically on certain issues, because that would be the role of Madam President, right? And
Well,
I
can you
could see
imagine
that
what it
that
would have been
be-
like for Bill Clinton? I mean,
Oh,
that
yeah.
became so
Can you
close to
imagine?
that
Yeah.
twice. I mean, how would you have kept him from not talking about politics?
It
I
just
mean,
would be
that would have been,
impossible.
it would have been impossible for her as president.
It really
I
would
think.
have, really
Yeah.
would have been. But I was just thinking back to, you know, even after the presidency and thinking about Michelle Obama, and we were at the Obama Library opening 2 weeks ago in Chicago, and his remarks were, you know, very, you know, as you would expect at a presidential library opening, not a lot of political undertones and very appreciative. And her speech, she got some political digs along the way in there. She had sort of been unplugged in some ways. And it was, she, I think, is enjoying this post-presidency freedom to speak her mind more than she was able to in the White House.
Yet we'll never run for
Yeah.
president. So she says.
And she's the one too, if you ask, you know, in polls, you know, who would you support for president? I think her numbers eclipse anybody out there in the Democratic Party. But she wants to be political, but she doesn't want to actually be
arena.
Be our Madam President. Yeah.
So, Anita, who do you think is the most impactful first lady that we've had in this country?
Boy, it's such a hard question. I really love them all. In the 3.5 years I spent, researching each of them, from Martha to Melania. I mean, the stories you've uncovered are just so incredible, and particularly the women we know nothing about, like the Sarah Polks of the world. By any standard today, she would have been the most powerful chief of staff in the White House by all she did to really not only help her husband get elected to every position he had, but how much she did behind the scenes, policy-wise, and to help him run the White House. Other, examples, I love the story of Caroline Harrison, who was asked to raise money for Johns Hopkins Medical School in 1890 and did it only if they would admit women for the first time. These are really acts of leadership. They're acts of forward thinking, and they're acts of courage. I think about Todd Lincoln, who gets the worst rap in history. And again, media could never turn around the media that was so negative about her. And some of it self-inflicted. I mean, poor Abraham Lincoln, she's given an appropriation for 4 years to redo the White House and spends it in 4 months when the stirrings of civil war are around them. So she did not read the room there, yet an incredible first lady who, really suffered a great deal. But I think if you had to, evaluate, the first lady who always sort of raises to the top is the impact that she's had on the role, of course, is Eleanor Roosevelt. And again, for some of the reasons that we mentioned before, 12 years she had to do it. the issues that she pushed. She did ultimately become the eyes, ears, and legs for Franklin Roosevelt. She had her critics, of course. The country wasn't ready for all the things that she was talking about. But I think an important and impactful First Lady. But my favorite at the end of all the research that I did was Bess Truman. Strangely enough, I know most people are surprised at that, but she really, did not want to be First Lady. Of course, was very afraid of the public eye, was afraid the public would find out her father had committed suicide. That was a big stigma, of course, at the time, and also for her family. But she was, bar none, one of the most influential, most important advisors and confidants of her husband. There was almost nothing that he did without checking with the boss, as he called her. She had enormous impact on the White House and during the massive Truman renovation, 1948 to 1952, in really preserving the White House, and did the one thing that she never wanted to do, was speak to the media. I mean, can you imagine, this is the woman that had to follow Eleanor Roosevelt, who did 348 press conferences, and Bess Truman did one and answered only one question the year she was married. She did not want anybody intruding on her private life, but yet she was impactful. And again, Harry Truman, same thing, like Teddy Roosevelt would say, when I go against her judgment, I regret it.
This is why I think that, Anita, your book and the work that you're doing on the First Ladies and trying to educate people, especially young women today, and classrooms, that to have this information, because as you're talking, it's like, this is not taught in schools. It's just not. And these are examples of women who have had incredible influence on our country. And being able to learn and take some of those leaderships, even if it's quiet leadership, is so impactful. And that's why I think your book is amazing. And
thank you.
And
And there is a
for all of the
textbook
work
too,
that you do.
for anybody,
textbook and
university
yes.
people here. It is a textbook as well. Thank you, Betsy.
And Betsy, do you have a First Lady you admire
I mean,
particularly?
I would have to agree on Eleanor Roosevelt for the aforementioned, and I've always been fascinated with her, even as a kid. And she was I think one of the First Ladies that did sort of break through when we were growing up, learning about First Ladies. She was one that you did learn about. I think my 5th grade book project on her, and I made a little diary and like fringed the edges in fire, and like a little cover. I still have a little diary of Eleanor Roosevelt. But as a young woman, a young girl growing up, I was drawn, there was not a lot of other women to really look to for women's leadership. And I was drawn to her from an early age, and learning about her and studying her, and thinking of her as a role model even back then. She was.
She was on Meet the Press.
She was on Meet the Press many times after she was First Lady.
She was representing, I think, who was Adlai Stevenson was running for president as a Democratic nominee, and Margaret Chase Smith, the Republican senator from New Hampshire, was, I don't know who the Republican candidate for president.
Yay.
She's from Maine. Thank you. Sorry about that. You're from Maine, obviously. But they debated they did a debate on Meet the Press, which is incredible.
And she was on also talking about, and was asked the question, will there ever be a female president in your lifetime? And she thought there would be one day a female president, but she said she didn't want to be it. Yeah, exactly.
I'll give you a chance to.
Okay, for me, I would have to say Nancy Reagan. The reason for that is I was in elementary during those years, and I grew up in Los Angeles, so the DARE program was huge. And for us, I always like to say Nancy Reagan kept us from drugs. It was an impactful program when I was growing up, for sure, in the 80s.
And she was so criticized for the simplicity of the term, just say no, which was a young student that actually suggested that title to her. And Mrs. Reagan did so much with that program that she's another First Lady, typecast from the beginning, comes into the White House in 1981. The country's in the beginnings of a recession. She spends money on China, not public money, private money, thanks to the White House Historical Association. president of the association, is here today, so he knows that history. But yet could never, in almost her whole 8 years, could not shake the impression of her as too glamorous, too fancy, and which was unfortunate. I think the public began to see her differently only in the later years of her husband's illness and how she took care of him.
Well, that was an
and
example.
and change. I'm
An
sorry.
example of what you were saying earlier,
Yep.
where she tried to use her platform
Right.
and criticized for
Exactly.
it.
Well, we are out of time officially. Thank you so much.
you
ladies.
very
Thank
much.
you.
Great insights.
Thank you, Betsy, Anita, Michelle, and Kirsty for helping us better understand Edith Roosevelt's legacy and the enduring importance of the First Lady's role. We will continue our program at 2 p.m. with historian Doris Kearns-Goodwin. Thank you. Some lessons are worth returning to. These 2 days of inaugural conversation opened with Doris Kearns Goodwin, and she returns now to help bring our reflections on leadership into focus. Across more than half a century of writing about American presidents, she has developed a rare long view and understanding of how character is tested over time, how leaders grow into their hardest moments, and how history often judges them differently than their own era did. Theodore Roosevelt understood the verdict of history takes the long view too. In this conversation, Doris will draw on her perspective to consider what Roosevelt's life still teaches about leadership, resilience, and citizenship in evolving times. Please join me in welcoming back to the stage Doris Kearns Goodwin.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a joy it is to be here today as Theodore Roosevelt finally gets the Presidential Library after a wait of 107 years. And how lucky it is that we've waited for this long, because with the help of technology unavailable all those other years, the TR Library provides an interactive experience unlike any other presidential library. Indeed, with the AI-trained TR, more than 150,000 historical documents were scattered in 18 different institutions, along with a number of TR books are now in his, including mine. He can answer our questions in real time. How I wish he'd been by my side during the nearly 10 years that I lived with him, one of the 4 presidents that I studied over 60 years of my life, including Abraham Lincoln, FDR, and Lyndon Johnson. Each book took so long, longer than World War II to write about Franklin and Eleanor, twice the time of the Civil War to finish Lincoln, that I began to think of these characters as my guys, even my boyfriends. And what fun it was to live with TR. Such vitality, such emotion, such energy, so complicated, so much so that I found myself talking aloud to him, asking him questions, even though he never answered me. I never got mad at him. I simply imagined what he might say in a dialogue in which I played both sides. But now, in this splendid library, I finally got my chance yesterday to have a conversation with him. That Microsoft built this AI thing is simply awesome. It was far more exciting than I could ever have thought. He answered my chain of questions with honesty, emotion, spirit, and thoughtfulness. And when he needed time to consider, he would put his hand on his chin and he'd say, I got to think for a few seconds. And then he began, and wow. And how glad I am now that I have this afternoon the chance to share with you what it was about him that drew me to him so many years ago, that led me to think about him in the morning when I woke up and to think about him in the evening before I went to sleep. So let's begin by traveling back in time to 1901, when a 42-year-old Theodore Roosevelt took office after the assassination of William McKinley. It was a time very reminiscent of our own time, a time when the Industrial Revolution had shaken up the economy, much like the tech revolution and the AI world today. Gigantic companies were swallowing up small businesses. There was a massive gulf between the rich and the poor. People in the rural areas were suspicious of those people in the cities. Western farmers had different concerns than Eastern manufacturers. New inventions were speeding up the pace of life. There was electricity, the telephone, the automobile, a nostalgia on the part of many people for going back to a simpler way of life. It was a period of vast immigration, nationwide strikes, anarchist bombings, and Theodore warned that democracy would be in peril if people in different regions or sections began to view each other as the other rather than as common American citizens, if they were so cut off from one another that they neither appreciated the other's points of view or passions. So what were the leadership traits that TR possessed that enabled him to knit this divided country together under a doctrine of fair play and a square deal for all, the rich and the poor, the capitalist and the laborer? How did he restore that fellow feeling that made our countrymen feel that they belonged in America together? It's not clear that he was fitted for this leadership role when he first emerged on the public scene at 23, running for the state legislature. Who's that dude, people asked. They looked at him. His hair was parted in the center. He had these short whiskers on his cheek, a monocle over one eye held in place by a gold chain over his ear, and his trousers were as tight as the tailor could make them. He looked like the privileged dude that indeed he was, the grandson of one of the 5 wealthiest people in New York City. But unbeknownst to those who caricatured him, TR had already experienced hardship and revealed a number of leadership qualities. His childhood was shaped by terrifying attacks of bronchial asthma. He remembered hearing that nobody seemed to think he was going to live. He was unable to engage in sports, but he became a ferocious reader, transporting himself into the lives of the adventurers and explorers that he admired. Then one summer, he actually devoured 50 novels. Later, a lifelong reader, he said that leaders in every field need more than anything to understand human nature and to know the needs of the human soul. And nowhere are these needs set forth better than in the great books of poetry and prose. This is why liberal arts is so important today. Books, he said, were the greatest of his companions. All his life, he would set aside time for reading while waiting for meals, between visitors, lying in bed at night. But when he was 10, his father feared that his son was becoming an invalid, spending too much time in bed. He told him he had the mind, but not the body. And without the body, the mind cannot go as far as it should. I will make my body, young TR said. And in the months that followed, he worked out in the home gym that his father built him in their house. And he showed perseverance, that pursuit of goals despite discouragement that would mark his leadership the rest of his life. Every day he lifted weights, he hoisted himself on horizontal bars. Ever so slowly, he reshaped his body until he became known as the exemplar of the strenuous life. It took hard, sustained work day after day, a quality he brought with him for all those years to come. He argued there were 2 types of success in the world. The first belongs to someone who has a talent that no one else, no matter how hard they try, can never emulate. A Shakespeare, perhaps, he would say, or maybe later an Einstein in our days. But the more common success, his success, he argued, depends on a man's ability to encourage and expand the ordinary qualities they have into an extraordinary degree through hard, sustained work. He was not a good swimmer, but he became a strong one. He was not a good shot, but he became a big game hunter. His eyesight was poor, but he became a world-class birder. And when given any assignment, when he was being homeschooled by a tutor before he went to Harvard, he never procrastinated. He never waited till the last moment. I learned so much from him with this. I'm the kind of person that waits much more till the last moment. He prepared himself, he said, by preparing ahead of time, it frees you from anxiety, a habit of mind that would mark his leadership style forever. And the last leadership trait from his childhood that the dude with the whiskers and the monocle carried with him was curiosity. When he walked in the woods that surrounded their home to clear his lungs, he began to observe birds, to listen to their songs, to discern their shapes and colors. He collected bugs and insects, curious to learn their anatomy, mounting hundreds of specimens in his bedroom, driving his brother Elliot to beg for a separate room. Little wonder. These were the qualities that caused the local Republican boss, Joe Murray, to take a paternal interest in young TR when he first arrived at the Republican headquarters in New York with the idea of running for the state legislature at the age of 23. Murray saw that the young TR listened as he was talking with working-class Irish and German immigrants. He was interested in their stories, and he told them stories of his own. He watched young TR interact with strangers. He witnessed his manic energy, soaking up what he needed to know about the district. And with Murray's backing, TR easily won the seat, becoming the youngest member of the legislature. And once there, he rose like a rocket, making such fiery speeches against Democrats, who he called rotten and corrupt, that he garnered headlines across the state that no rookie had ever secured. He became like a jack-in-the-box, constantly jumping up and down, interrupting his colleagues. His love of being the center overtook him, the love that his daughter later said made him want to be the baby at the baptism, the bride at the wedding, and the corpse at the funeral. But the rocket soon crashed down to the ground as he found he couldn't get anything done. He was deserted even by his Republican colleagues who were irritated by his jack-in-the-box romping up and down. It was then, however, that he revealed a signature leadership trait, the ability to acknowledge errors and learn from his mistakes. He recognized that he had developed a swelled head, that he was not all important, that cooperation and compromise were essential to getting anything done. He moderated his rhetoric, he reached across the aisle and became a productive legislator. The man who has never made a mistake, he once said, has never made anything. By acknowledging error and learning from his mistakes, he grew and he grew. And then young Roosevelt further revealed his capacity for growth when a union-sponsored bill to prohibit the manufacture of cigars in tenement houses that were owned by absentee landlords was referred to one of his committees. He had been brought up believing in laissez-faire, a bias against governmental schemes to regulate the economy. In his mind, he said the tenement owners, who were also the cigar manufacturers, they had a right, he maintained, to do whatever they wished with their private property. But when the union leader, Samuel Gompers, asked him, "Will you go with me to one of these tenements and just see what the conditions are like?" he agreed. And there he saw 5 adults and several children enclosed in a single room, making cigars with tobacco crammed in every corner, next to the bedding mixed in with the food. His developing sense of empathy was aroused. He not only agreed to vote for the bill, but he became its champion. Empathy, the ability to understand and share in other people's feelings by seeing or imagining their points of view, surely one of the most critical traits in a leader. By his 3rd term in the state legislature, working with Democrats, who he'd previously labeled as rotten, he brought the 2 parties together to pass a host of important bills that benefited New York. He had overcome the self-centered aspect of his leadership and become a true leader. At 25, happily married to Alice Lee, a case of love at first sight, and awaiting the birth of their first child, TR felt he had the reins in his own hand. And then adversity struck. "Everyone is broken by life," Ernest Hemingway once wrote, "but afterwards some are strong in the broken places." While some people lose their bearings after such difficulties, their lives forever stunted, and others simply resume their normal behaviors, still others, through reflection and resilience, are able to transcend their ordeal, armed with a greater sense of resolve and purpose. So it was with Theodore Roosevelt, whose resilience carried him through an almost unimaginable tragedy. When Alice was about to give birth, his 49-year-old mother came to New York City to watch over her while TR was in Albany. A joyous telegram arrived. The birth of the baby was announced, cigars and celebrations all around. And then came the second telegraph, telling TR he must come home at once. There was a crisis in his house. He reached the house in time to be with his dying mother, who had contracted a fast-moving case of typhoid fever. And then 12 hours later, his 22-year-old wife died from a kidney disease undiagnosed during her pregnancy. "The light has gone out of my life," TR wrote in his diary underneath a big X, marking this tragic day. "For joy or sorrow," he continued, "my life has now been lived out." Feeling the need to escape from the catastrophe, he headed for the Badlands, where he had purchased a ranch the previous year, where rather than escaping from tragedy, he found a healing that would fundamentally alter his life. In the beginning, constant activity, riding his horse 15 hours a day and performing the daily work of life on the ranch, prevented overthought, and he was finally able to sleep at night. But meanwhile, the haunting beauty of the landscape, which we see every day here now, seeped into his very soul, producing a lifelong love of open spaces that would eventually lead to the great conservation measures and the national parks permanently associated with his name. In the Badlands, his depression gradually subsided, and in time, he fell deeply in love again, sustaining a lifelong joyous marriage with his childhood friend, Edith Carew. This resilient ability to bounce back after tremendous sorrow gave him perspective in later life when he faced triumph or defeat in various elections. "I have known sorrow too bitter and joy too keen," he said, "to allow me to be either cast down or elated for anything more than a brief period of time after success or defeat." While other men might have been destroyed by the experiences Roosevelt endured, he emerged stronger, more complex, more interesting, with greater sense of himself and self-knowledge. His 2-year sojourn on the Western frontier became what he called the most important educational asset of his life. When asked 2 decades later which chapter of his life he would choose to remember, including the presidency, he quickly said, "I would take the memory of my life on that ranch with his experiences close to nature and among the men who lived nearest to her." But most importantly, when he returned east, he was able to cast himself as a new kind of American man, a hybrid of the cultivated Easterner and the hard-bitten Westerner. For the rest of his life, countless countrymen regarded him as a man of the West, a romantic figure far removed from his upper-class background, no longer a dude or a dandy. Simply put, Roosevelt later said, "I would not have been president if it had not been for my experience in North Dakota." His Badland experience also reshaped his ambition and his philosophy of leadership. Before going west, he had seen ambition as climbing a ladder to success, from one titled position to the next, from the state legislature to Congress to the Senate, and then perhaps governor, and then maybe even president. Now he realized that by moving up a ladder and focusing too much on the future, a person becomes too careful, too cautious. Knowing now, however, that fate could interrupt at any moment, he determined he would choose jobs where he felt he could make a difference, even if they moved him sideways rather than upward, and he would leave everything on the field, keeping nothing in reserve for some future that might be just cut short. So he served as civil service commissioner for 6 years, believing deeply in the merit system. Then he became police commissioner of New York. Friends said, "It's the most corrupt department. Why are you doing this?" "That's why I'm doing it," he said. He resolved to get out of the office and learn firsthand the nature of the policeman's work by taking midnight rambles through the city. He would disguise his identity with an oversized coat and a floppy hat, finding where the policemen were on their beat, and then supposedly finding some others that were not on their beat but were enjoying a beer in a saloon. Cartoonists had a field day. Caricatures of startled policemen cowering at the sight of an enormous set of teeth, metal-rimmed spectacles, and a mustache entertained the country and ushered Roosevelt into a new national prominence. And from then on, he made a point of getting out of the office as often as he could to see with his own eyes what was happening, a style of leadership famously dubbed as management by wandering around. And then, after stomping for McKinley in 1896, he secured a vaunted position as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. But no sooner had Congress declared war on Spain in 1898 than he proclaimed that he would resign his Navy post and volunteer for the Army. Not a single one of his close friends agreed with his decision. It seemed impulsive. "I think he's really going mad," one friend remarked. "The president has asked him twice as a personal favor to stay in the Navy Department, where he had much more power than he would have as a soldier, but he wanted to be on the ground where the action was." And once again, a leadership trait that we would see again and again. He created a most colorful volunteer regiment composed of frontiersmen from the West, cowboys, hunters, farmers, and miners, alongside Ivy League football stars from the East, polo players, members of the Somerset Club, and policemen from their beats in New York. To stimulate that fellow feeling that he believed so essential in terms of success of the mission, he deliberately arranged the tents at the training ground in San Antonio in such a manner that the cowboys and the wranglers would sleep side by side with the scions of San Antonio's financiers. He assigned Knickerbocker Club members to wash dishes for a New Mexico company, and he brought Easterners and Westerners together in the daily chores of washing laundry and filling in the latrines. Eventually, a common denominator emerged throughout the entire regiment, a leveling of money, social status, and education under the aegis of teamwork. Then, on the day that ended with his regiment's triumphant charge up Kettle Hill and San Juan Hill, he exhibited the leadership trait he valued the most: courage, courage. As his men were advancing hesitantly up the hill under a hail of bullets from the Spanish situators at the top, Colonel Roosevelt, the only mounted man, and he was in this leadership's position at the rear of the columns, he suddenly charged up the hill, rallying his men to follow. Follow me," he yelled, pushing them forward at a much faster pace. No one who saw Roosevelt take that ride, one person wrote, expected he would finish it alive. He was seated high on his horse with his blue polka dot bandana, why he's wearing a blue polka dot bandana, floating straight out behind his head. He was the most conspicuous object in the range of the rifle pits. But inspired by their leader, up and up went the troops in the face of death, acting like veterans until they reached the summit and the Spanish surrendered. His courageous ride captured the imagination of the country, leading him to write a memoir of his experiences called The Rough Riders. When a copy came across the desk of a celebrated humorist who wrote weekly columns for the Chicago Tribune, the guy wrote a mocking review calling out Roosevelt's propensity for placing himself in the center of action. "It's a biography of a hero by the hero," the humorist began. He should have called it Alone in Cuba. It was here that Roosevelt displayed a leadership trait that would sustain him throughout all of his days: a sense of humor and an ability to laugh at himself. He wrote the journalist back, "I regret to state that my family and my intimate friends are delighted with your review of my book. Now I think you owe me one. I shall exact that when you next come east, you must pay me a visit. I have long wanted the chance to make your acquaintance." He later loved to tell the story of meeting a charming young lady at the reception. "Oh," she said, "I've read everything you ever wrote." "Really?" he said, smiling. "What book did you like best?" Why, that one, you know," she said, "Alone in Cuba." But of course, it was his courage in battle that led to his victory in the race for governor, when he displayed a different act of courage in defying the powerful Republican bosses by calling for reform in a bitter struggle over a franchise tax requiring companies who'd been given exclusive state franchises to operate electric street railways, telephone and telegraph lines that made tens of millions of dollars to pay their fair share. So angry did his action make the political bosses, who were in league with the corporations, they threatened to withhold all contributions from the Republican Party if TR was put up for a second term as governor. So the bosses essentially exiled him from the governorship to the vice presidency, a position he then found so useless that TR told a friend he was not doing any work that mattered and would attend law school for a while. "More and more, it seems to me," he said, "the best thing in life is to have a piece of work worth doing and to do it well." And then on September 6, 1901, an assassin's bullet brought McKinley's life to an end, and he was shot into the presidency, the youngest man to occupy the White House in the history of the country. Young he may have been, but his winding path to the presidency had provided him with an unusual set of experiences. He had worked as both a legislator and a governor at the state level. He had worked in city government as a police commissioner. He'd worked in federal government as the Civil Service Commissioner, Assistant Secretary of the Navy, and Vice President. He had lived a life of privilege in the East and a life with cowboys and ranchers in the West. He had trained as Rough Riders in the South. And most importantly, he had developed a number of qualities that serve as the foundation of leadership. He had developed humility, empathy, resilience, courage, the ability to laugh at himself, and finally, an ambition of something larger than self. When he left the presidency after 7.5 years, he could take pride in knowing, one writer said, that he had given himself to his duties that confronted him without stint or limit. Through his square deal legislation, he had created the modern presidency, taking his legislative program to the American people in a series of 6 long whistle-stop tours that softened some of the worst aspects of the industrial order. And of course, he was the guiding spirit behind the conservation movement, saving millions of miles of forests, national park, bird reservations, and wildlife preserves as part of our common heritage. But in the end, I truly believe he became a great president, not simply because of what he did, but who he was. It was his character that mattered above all, the moral values he lived by. A president's most important job, TR said, is to set an example. And the example he set was to fight for what he believed was right with every ounce of energy he had. When he died in his sleep at the age of 60, his son famously said, "Death had to take him sleeping, or there would have been a fight." So this is the extraordinary man we honor today with this spectacular new library. He's alive in every room. We experience his life's journey, his history, but most of all, let us learn from his character. Let our children see what it means to lead a life of service, the challenges it presents, the joys it provides, by knowing you have made a difference in the life of others. Let Theodore Roosevelt live on in the memory of our countrymen for generations to come. I thank you so very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Doris, for your continued support of the library. It is an honor to have you as a trustee. Now we will take a short break and return at 2:30 p.m. for a Prairie side chat with Ambassador Rahm Emanuel. Thank you. Theodore Roosevelt brought to foreign affairs a blend that still defines American statecraft: confidence in American strength paired with a real belief in diplomacy. He built up the Navy, helped broker peace between Russia and Japan, work that earned him the Nobel Peace Prize, and took the long view of where America's interests truly lay in the world. This Prairie Side chat takes up that long view: national interest, strength, diplomacy, and the question of where leaders across political traditions still find common ground of America's role in the world. The conversation is moderated by Matthew Swift, co-founder and CEO of the Concordia Summit and a trustee of this library, in conversation with Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, former United States Ambassador to Japan. Please join me in welcoming Matthew and Ambassador Emanuel. Ambassador, thank you. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here at the opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library here in Medora, North Dakota. We have so much to talk about because, first off, I know you are an enormous presidential history buff, right? So we have a lot to talk about in terms of the legacy of TR. But what I want to do is have this conversation with you through the lens of your career going backwards, because your career from
sometimes my career feels like it's going backwards. How fitting a moment.
Oh,
Okay,
perfect,
yeah.
perfect. But we're gonna talk about your time as ambassador, your time as mayor of Chicago, White House chief of staff, member of Congress, time in the Clinton administration, and
You could conclude I can't keep a job.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
or just a very active life in public service. But so let's dive right into the foreign policy legacy of President Roosevelt. And of course, how apropos your time as U.S. ambassador to Japan. TR won the Nobel Peace Prize as a result of a peace agreement he did between Russia and Japan. But talk about the legacy that you, as you see it, of TR from a foreign policy lens.
Well, first, a shout out to New Hampshire. He does the Russia-Japan negotiations in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. Just one state out of the 50-nation state. Some people get that joke. Second is, look, he redefines America at a critical point. It's getting all this economic power, but he's also to not just through Russia and Japan, Panama Canal, a new Navy, that America is going to be a global power and a global presence, and felt globally. Obviously, he has the infamous phrase about, speaking softly, etc. And so he defines America. And while obviously there's a post-World War II with Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which is the people benchmark that as the American century, the prologue is written by Teddy Roosevelt, both defining the presidency, defining America's role in the world, defining its economic power as a force for good, that for all the challenges America has, etc., it's different than the pre-colonial eras. And that kind of benchmark changes America's position in the world.
How is TR seen from a historical perspective in Japan?
I would not look. The Japan I dealt with, so when you live, the American ambassador's residence is where MacArthur lives. It's downstairs, so upstairs there's rooms. Downstairs there's a big room. That is where MacArthur receives the emperor. And while we think of the end of the war as the signing on the Missouri, for the Japanese, that meeting is the end. And if you think about their relationship with America, to be frank, it's really a World War II post. And that's really the definition. There are other moments in the sense of Admiral Perry and the first real ship coming down there and from the United States to Japan, opening up the Japanese market, etc. Admiration, Roosevelt is thought of in the role that he plays in bringing peace between Russia and Japan. But it's really to be America and America etched into the Japanese culture is really a World War II post kind of definition.
Shifting now to your time as mayor of Chicago.
That was it for ambassadorship?
We can keep going if you want.
No, I was just, God, this is like speed dating. I can't, I'm so excited.
Yeah. But all right, so let's shift to your time as mayor of Chicago and politics at a deeply local level, right? When you think about your career and your time, how is it that you see in public service people truly being able to have the kind of impact, right? He transcended.
Well, two things. One is the one race he's disappointed that he doesn't make is mayor for New York. When I'm done being mayor, or towards the end, I write a book about, look, I don't think democracy is challenged locally. The farther you get away from a government that's closest to your front door, your back door, the more like DC looks like Disneyland on the Potomac. That's where you have fragility. But a government that affects where you live, where you work, and how you play, that's a government people have confidence in, or not, but they normally do in the city of Chicago. Now, pause, I will come right back to that. Everybody thinks that diplomacy is in your mind's eye, an older gentleman with a pipe, gray flannel suit, double-breasted in the library with an air of smoke around them, thinking big thoughts as if they're all crafting the long memo. As the author of the short tweet, I will just say to you, international affairs diplomacy is just politics. If you can't do politics, you can't do diplomacy. And it's not an accident. Jim Baker's book is The Politics of Diplomacy. So if there's one thing I'd say is there's obviously a role for policy. There's a clear understanding of history, clear understanding of the people you're dealing with. But in the end of the day, the most successful people in our diplomatic area were people that actually understood politics. Because if you can't understand that person's, and I can give an anecdote from my time in Japan about that, you can't really do diplomacy. And so I would, now, being mayor, as I joke sometimes, there's 5 great jobs in public life: president, governor of California, governor of New York, mayor of New York, or mayor of the city of Chicago. And my joke is that I've done 1.5 of these jobs. And so it is a job that has the highest highs. When I was mayor, we said, first city to do this, if you got a B average in high school, we made community college free. And the relief in parents' eyes when we said, okay, you don't have to pick which child goes to college. Your child learned to be going for free, get in the first 2 years. Thank you. Don't stop. No. On the other hand, I made it a practice that if an officer was shot or a child was shot, I would go to the hospital and be by the family side. It's the lowest of lows. And after 8 years of it, there's a Yiddish word, it just take the neshama out of you. Your whole soul was taken from you. And so it is the greatest because you can see and do things that are not possible at the national level you can do. We created universal kindergarten and universal pre-K. Never existed before. We went from the shortest school day in America to the first full school day. We added 4 years to a kid's education in Chicago. So some of the stuff is unbelievable. And being willing to, in the great tradition of TR, not accept the status quo as given, but to be challenged. But I joke, when I started mayor, I was 6'2" and 250 pounds. I'm now 5'8" and 148 dripping wet. But it's the greatest of highs and the lowest of lows.
Have you seen, one of the things that we've talked, and it's been part of a lot of the conversations here, has been that how would TR have adapted to the rate of change? You think about everything that he did in his time in public service, but how would he have adapted in this era to just the rapid rate of things changing, especially with technology and artificial intelligence? For you in your time in public service, and especially as mayor, how did you grapple with that?
So I'm going to tell you one funny. So when I'm mayor, I take public transportation, which also when I was ambassador, I had to spend 8 weeks fighting with the State Department that I could take the train in Japan. They said, I worry about your safety. I said, look, if you're worried about my safety, I need you when I was mayor of Chicago, not in Japan, okay? Don't worry. And in Taiwan, they're just, in Japan, they're just excited that the ambassador's on the train. In Chicago, still a different story, okay? So now, obviously, Doris Kearns Goodwin would be better at this than me, but remember, TR becomes president. You're going from rural to urban. You're going from agriculture to industrial. And so the speed of change wasn't exactly slow. In fact, obviously he grapples with the inequity of that change. I think this moment is most relevant and why this library is so important, because when you look at what he was facing, it wasn't a guaranteed we would go with the square deal. It wasn't a guaranteed we go with greater equity and willing to use the public space to counter the concentration of power. That was not a guarantee. Many people thought the country was coming apart at the seams. When you look at the debates around immigration, you look at debates, what is William Jennings Bryan's entire campaign, of which there are 3 presidentials, are all about taking on that change and saying no. Roosevelt takes the more progressive course, sees the public sector and most importantly the government as the counterweight to that concentration of power. And it wasn't predestined, but he wrote the script for it. And I think he would not look at just the speed of change. I would actually say that he would look at this moment and talk about the concentration of power, both economic, media, and political, as a purpose for trust busting. I think that's what he would say. It was not just about the speed of change. The only person that knows, she just walked out, so we have to go grab her. But that's what I would think that he would say. And that's why I think the lessons from this library, and this is not just a cheer, we're all here at the library, we all think it's important. I think he would see this moment in the similarities in that kind of power. And the reason that when he's both governor of New York, and even when he's facing his first reelect in 2004, the party power was against him was because he was willing to take on that concentration of power and wealth. And they were not happy with it because it was a threat to their own political power.
So that's a good segue, I think, into talking a bit about the presidency, what role he, of course, as president played, following McKinley's death, all of a sudden becoming president, but how brave it was to go against these giant industrialists that had so much power today. Do you see, 25% of the S&P 500 are now the big tech companies, right? And talking about that parallel, do you see leadership today in American politics to where our leaders are willing to stand up to that kind of concentration of wealth and power that exists today?
Well, that's going to be a test. Look, if you look at every great moment in American history, specifically we'll talk about TR, but that could be true about FDR, true also about Wilson, and then also true about Abraham Lincoln, and then Andrew Jackson. When you have that and the one president that doesn't get, because it's so short, that I think could have been this is Garfield, but it's 6 months. I think he truly could have been one of the greats. But in those period of times where there is economically the concentration of power, the political and legal and tax codes push against that concentration and rebalance it. I think you probably could tell by the way I'm not a big fan of this Supreme Court, because I think when you look at it today, the other pieces that would push against are accelerating the speed of that concentration in a very unhealthy way for the country. That's why you have the type of politics that are going on, both in the Democratic Party, and you could also argue in the Republican Party, because of that extreme. And I don't think that we're a unique country. Let me say this. If you thought of New York as where capital, because of the stock market, lives, and DC, it's a separation between political power and economic power geographically. That is not true in London. That is not true in Paris. That is not true in Berlin, where both the concentration of their political and economic capital is in the same capital. In America, it's divided and broken. And I don't think Washington is in its traditional norm. I actually do think, and then I'll paraphrase or go forward on 2028, I think one of the challenges for our country is in the last 20 years, we've had two presidents from two parties that have looked about restoring a past that is not coming back. What's exciting to me about 2028, and if I'm reckless enough to decide to do this, is that this will be the first election in 20 years, and I say 20 since Obama 08, where the future will be on the ballot, not the past. And I think the country is due that debate and that discussion that's really important. And there's not a plea to make a partisan remark, but I do think that concentration of political power and economic power is due to be broken up and be dealt with. And we're living through a period of time where the normal role of Congress or the judiciary hasn't been a counterweight, but it's accelerated that concentration.
I did ask a historian recently what that person felt about what the founding fathers would have thought of our current president. And it was very, very interesting, the response, which was the presidency in a way was designed to absorb certain types of people, but the real anger would have been at Congress and not being this correction of power that they should be.
Look, I mean, I think I don't want to get off track here from my biography, which I'm most excited about. But let's take a deviation road on Highway 66 here, okay? Look, there's a reason you have three branches of government, and it was actually designed for equilibrium. And I think one of the problems you've had is, in fact, members of the court have been acting, in my view, in a partisan way rather than a historic legal manner. And the Congress has not done its role, not just in oversight, but as a counterweight. It's, listen, as a former member of Congress and then a former chief of staff and a former mayor, it's ugly, it's not pretty, sausage making, but at the end of the day, you get the right result. And they've laid down from their responsibility. And it was actually an incredible leap of faith in the three branches of government to work both in unison and against each other. And that's not happened, and we're paying the price for it. Now, I want to say, I'm not an apologist. Donald Trump is a manifestation of something going on. He happens, in my view, to accelerate it in the worst. But the way I look at it is the moment that the American dream became unaffordable and inaccessible to the American people is exactly when our democracy becomes unstable. I'm for same-day voting. I'm for mail-in ballots. You want to restore democracy and the confidence in democracy? Make sure that it's not the age of 40 for your first time home. Go back to 26. Make sure that when you get a college education, your parents don't go into the poorhouse and you don't go into their basement when you graduate and you get a lifetime of invoices for college education. Make sure that when parents are saving for their retirement, it's not their 401k is not a backstop for their paycheck. The moment that became unaffordable is exactly when our democracy starts to become unstable. And that's the product of it.
So building on the affordability piece, though, when you look back at your time as chief of staff while managing the...
It's a little like Ed Monk's painting The Scream. Yeah.
Well, but let's talk about the Great Recession, though.
Must we?
And too big to fail. As a result of that era, though, a higher concentration in banks, right? We've even recently, in the last few years, lost some of those banks that took risks on entrepreneurs. Why is that happening?
So in the interest of playing the central role in my own story, if history had only listened, no. But there's a story that happens. So we get, in the first 4 months, we get the President's Recovery Act, kids' health care sign, get the auto industry back surviving past 6 weeks. get the plan for Iraq launched, etc., to end the war. So in the spring of '09, 4 months into his presidency, and the reason I remember this is because I was supposed to go home. Amy and the kids were still living in Chicago for Zachariah's birthday. And I can't make it because the president calls this big meeting on a Saturday. Pause. He makes it up to us. Zach has his birthday at Camp David. Doesn't everybody when they're 11 years old have their birthday at Camp David? It's a normal thing. A cake cooked by the Navy. It happens to everybody. So we have this big meeting in the Roosevelt Room, which is right off the Oval. And it's to pick among the president's 3 children, as we used to call it: healthcare, financial reform, and cap and trade. So the long cabinet table, president sitting here, vice president's on the one side, I'm on the left. And then around are the policy and political people, and it's a layer deep, some of the other stuff. And it's a 5-hour meeting on a Saturday. As I used to say in the White House, thank God it's Friday, 2 more work days till Monday. And I look down there because on the other side of the table in the corner are the domestic policy and political people. And they say, correctly, every day you don't do healthcare is a day you're not going to get healthcare done. And if you look at the history of healthcare, especially here, first person to call for national healthcare, Teddy Roosevelt. And going through Medicare, Medicaid, Hillary Care, if you don't start, because the moment you announce it, it's just altitude down. That's the history. And they are right in their legislative clock. The economic team sitting on the other side of the Roosevelt table over here, you know, just stop doing stuff. Just it just needs to heal so we can get a recovery going, etc. I know you find it hard to believe, but this end of the table, called Tammany Hall in the White House, I said, look, after the TARP and after your Recovery Act was another $800 billion. Back then, $1.5 trillion was a lot of money. I said, the country needs to see you taking on the banks and the insurance companies. I said, the political system needs Old Testament justice. They need to see you take a banker, South Lawn, just slap them silly. 10 o'clock, live, CNN, wacko, just whack the crap out of them. And I said, look, the one thing I know from being in the Clinton White House, that if you want to pass health care, pharmaceutical, insurance companies, hospitals, doctors, they got to sit on this side of the table with you. You take on financial reform, the banks and insurance CEOs will be on the other side, and you'll be fighting them. And the country needs to see you beating the crap out of them. Breaking news, I lost that fight. You got healthcare, where if you have pre-existing conditions, it's passed. It's the law of the land. You also got the Tea Party. You got both. And one thing I know from the Oval Office is what goes into the Oval Office is bad and worse. Good and bad, the Chief of Staff will handle. The only thing he lets through to the President of the United States is bad and worse. And the President made a decision. You get 307, and he decided healthcare is in front of everything else. Everything else will be secondary. And when you look at the history of the country, et cetera, that's the decision. It's a good decision. It's a better decision. My dad was a pediatrician. My mother was a nurse. That's a great decision. But every decision is not 100% this way and 0 on the other side. And I think when you look at the Obama presidency and you look on the fact that we're bailing out a bunch of banks and people lose their home, you have a line from the Tea Party forward that basically rocks American politics. And I don't mean I lost the debate, but you have to pick between they're right, if you don't do healthcare, you're probably not going to do healthcare, or do you take on the financial industry, which would have taken the venom out of our politics? And those are the choices you make.
So if we're going to have this...
And as you notice, that really smart chief of staff gave some very sage political advice.
But with this reckoning that is in our future, most likely, we have the first trillionaire. We have a growing class divide. Affordability continues to be at the forefront. As you've alluded to, the ability to buy a home is very different from what it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. So this reckoning, where does politics fit into it? Are we in for a pendulum swing for the next election cycles?
Yeah. Well, I would actually call it also an opportunity, not just inequality gap, but an opportunity gap. And I can say this, I mean, I don't know everybody in this room, but you know, Amy's and my kids are going to be great. Loving home, good education, start off right. We have a system that's rigged, so now we happen to think, Amy and I, we think we did a pretty good job. We high-five each other periodically and think we did, you know, but you can't have 80% of the kids and families looking through the window and watching the other 20% do great and keep doing great. I mean, look, I grew up in a time where a college education was your pre-TSA punch into the middle class. And when we grew up with the norm, what does it mean that you do better? Your benchmark's your parents. Today, you graduate, the average child graduates with $30,000 in debt, a lifetime of invoices, and it's a direct ticket into your parents' basement. Your mom and dad sell that house, you and your laundry come with it. That's crazy. My kids won't, and Amy's kids, they won't face that. Now, one of the great things, I don't mean to always bring it back, but we are in this auditorium here at the TR Library. What is the premise of the square deal? There was no guarantee on the outcome, but guarantee on the chance of success. And if we're right, from college education, look at owning a home. Average age in a decade has gone from 26 to 40. It is rigged. You are actually encouraged, the whole tax code is written not for wealth creation, but wealth preservation. 3 weeks ago, an unassuming headline in the Wall Street Journal, a weekend retreat to help kids figure out how to handle their inheritance. Are you kidding me? Those kids deserve a hit. You're like lucky. It was like not even any self-doubt about it. And to me, there is a wealth gap, but it's actually underpinned by an opportunity gap. Now, I happen to have a passion personally for education. I was going to be prior to public service in education, but we have an opportunity gap and people are angry and they're not wrong. The system is rigged. And I think that's what's driving both the political turbulence here, the political turbulence in the rest of the developed world. But I think most importantly that people are going to be lashing out for somebody to create a politics that doesn't so much as break up that wealth, but doesn't allow that wealth to have a greater say in the future of this country than those who work also. And I don't think that's like a radical idea.
But if you look at the results of primaries, let's talk about Republicans and Democrats, but let's start with Democrats. If you look at the recent results in some of these primaries.
You promise me we'll get to the Republican primary too then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. But if you look at the result of these Democratic primaries in New York, Colorado, California, what is it saying about the future of the Democratic Party and where do you fit into this space?
Again, my favorite subject, me. Okay. So no, look, I'll say what I've always believed. I got 5 things I want to say. One, I built my career helping President Clinton get elected, reelected President Obama, helping make Nancy Pelosi speaker, etc. I'm not interested in somebody taking a blue district and turning it cobalt blue. Cobalt blue doesn't give you the minimum wage increase. Cobalt blue doesn't return to Congress to being an equal branch of government. I'm interested in red to blue. Now, my new color, navy blue. And the reason my new color is, you have across this country, Nancy LaCour in South Carolina, a woman in New Jersey. Former Navy, Nancy in South Carolina, was fired by Hegseth, 3-star general. She's taking on in the old Mace district. That's a Republican district. She can make it a blue. So my new color, not blue, not cobalt blue. I'm into navy blue because those are the people that are going to give you a minimum wage. Those are going to people who are going to figure out how to expand healthcare. Third, or second, to my fellow Democrats, two great social policies: ACA healthcare and IRA. Regardless, I don't want to get into the merits of all the bills, et cetera. I spent till 2 a.m. negotiating with Bill Nelson in Nebraska, or a Democrat in a Republican state. That was the 60th vote for healthcare. The IRA is Joe Manchin, a Democrat in West Virginia. You want to get progressive legislation, you want to get this legislation to move this country forward, you got to flip red to blue. President Obama, when he was president, had 9 Democratic senators. No, it was 13 Democratic senators from 9 states that he lost. That's how you create a majority, and that is how you win. Turning districts blue to cobalt blue, I'm not really impressed. Nancy Pelosi would never have become the first woman speaker, and Barack Obama would not have become the first president of the United States. So you find me people that know navy blue, that's my new color, and that's what I'm for. And the party, and I'm sorry, and Democratic Socialists, I'm a big broad bass. I'm a former ballet dancer. I'm really flexible. But I'm not flexible enough to have people in our party that say, Putin's not the problem, NATO was that incited Putin. I'm not giving Putin a pass for invading Ukraine on the 5th year of a war. I'm not for people that says we're going to have open borders, or that we're not going to deport people with a criminal background, or we should defund the police. I'm not that flexible. And I actually believe, and again, coming back to why we're here, Roosevelt figured out a capitalism that didn't allow the concentration of war. Well, what is the premise of the square deal is that it worked for everybody. He created more winners, not just a few. And these folks don't believe in capitalism. I do. I believe in it so much, I happen to think this corruption right now is antithetical to the capitalist system. It was built on the rule of law, not on the rule of one. Now, I don't mean to get it, I'm getting a little water weight loss here because I'm really getting honked off. I thought we were going to have a nice discussion. But it's really, I mean, when you think about what's happened here, so I'm not open, I mean, they're not really interested in the Democratic Party. And one last thing, since I do politics, and politics is not far from policy. In the last 3 presidentials, 7 states and 500,000 voters across those 7 states have decided who is president in 2016, 2020, and 2024. One of those states is Georgia. What's the over-under that Senator Ossoff will have a socialist come down to Georgia to campaign for him? You don't need Polymarket for this one. Okay? Cooper in North Carolina, another one of the battleground states. You're not going to have a Democratic Socialist run in any of these states or be invited by any gubernatorial or Senate candidate to come campaign for them. So and if you can't do that there, Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, I ain't interested. Iowa, I think we have a good shot of winning the governor's race. You think there's going to be a Democratic Socialist being invited in to campaign for him? I'll buy the ticket. You can put out, I'll buy the ticket for the first time that our candidate, the Democratic candidate, Sand, invites a Democratic Socialist to come into Iowa to campaign for him for the general election. Won't happen. So it doesn't mean anything. No disrespect to the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I'm not that impressed. It's really a discussion between the East Side of Manhattan with the West Side of Manhattan. That's not really a discussion about America. Thank you for the therapy.
All right, shifting to the Republicans.
Oh, I thought we were going to deal with my kindergarten years.
Oh, no. Okay. On the Republican side, first, let's just talk about the midterms. The candidates that have been selected, Texas, for sure. And I think this dynamic, and this is one of the things I wanted to ask you about, is how you navigate politics in a dynamic where essentially President Trump is more powerful than the party. It seems. His choices, his endorsements completely shift primaries today, right? Do you see that coming from a position of strength as we go into November for Republicans?
Well, one is, like I said, 2028 is going to be about the future. The truth is both parties are going to have a big, big debate. Republicans haven't had that. Democrats haven't. 2024, we didn't have a debate. We got told who our nominee is. 2020, Bernie versus Joe Biden. That was not a debate. That was like, okay, get this over. It's true about 2016. Other side, they're going to decide whether there's a post-Trump Republican Party. Both parties are, my joke is that our party hasn't had a real primary, that we're going to have Baskin and Robbins, 31 flavors. And if I decide to do this, I'm going to be Rocky Road. That's my flavor. That's what I'm going to be. But the Republicans are going to have that too. And I have as an amateur student of Donald Trump, I'm not so sure he's eager for a Republican Party success. I think he wants to show that this party cannot live or exist without me. So don't be so sure that he wants a good, healthy debate, and don't be so sure he wants Republican success without Donald Trump.
So then
that's just cheap psychology, but that's what I think.
But so then when you go to 2028 on the Republican side and think about a Rubio versus a Vance, what role is President Trump going to play
If
in that?
Vance is not a candidate, don't assume you're not going to have governors and other senators run. And don't assume that he runs. So I always would have said if the vice president wants it, the vice president gets it. I don't make that assumption anymore because of Donald Trump and because of the Republican. Both parties are due for a massive, healthy house cleaning and understanding who they are, what they they have a big debate that Donald Trump kind of airbrushed that out. In 2016, 2020, 2024, we airbrushed it out. And the party and the country will be better for that debate.
If I'm understanding what you're saying, though, are you saying the Democrats are having that debate? You're also saying Republicans are having that debate?
Yes, they are. They're going to have it. And I don't think Donald Trump's going to enjoy it. And I'm going to enjoy watching him not enjoy it.
Back to TR for a minute.
Well, all right, since you won't ask me this question, I just want you to know, when I was dating Amy, my mother gave her my first grade report card. And Ms. Wentworth said, Rom likes cleanup time, even after cleanup time. And never has that been more true. So I want you to know, I had to get to my kindergarten years and I'm okay. No, forget about it. You don't want to talk about it? I don't care. You think I'm offended? Not a chance. Go ahead.
I was about to ask you about your ballet career.
Yeah, ask whatever you want.
But no, I guess what I want to just push back on, though, is this notion of this reckoning and how our politics evolve from the time that we are in today, especially when there is so little trust.
Yeah.
And there also is such a dramatic generational divide.
That's very important. I mean, one is, look, I think in the last 25 years, there are 4 big moments in America that are massively disrupted that forget, oh, you shouldn't have done this on bathrooms or transport. Forget all that. 2002, you have a war in Iraq built on yellow cake from Niger, which did not exist. 50,000 of our fellow citizens either die or are maimed for life. And the people responsible never, ever pay a professional price for one of the, in my view, great foreign policy failures. 4 years later, 7 million of our fellow citizens lose their homes on a thing called liar loans. And no banker ever loses a job or pays a day of their career. 4 years later, Xi comes to power in China, and Battle Creek, Michigan, and Bismarck, North Dakota are allowed to take on Beijing, China, all by themselves. And I don't have to tell you how that turns out. And then 6 years later, you have COVID show up and essential workers are told to go out and do what they're supposed to do and everybody else gets remote work. Now, when you look at those 25 years, there's a reason the younger generations lost confidence. You tell me what that gives them, they're supposed to have confidence in. We as a country look like, outside of, no disrespect, but in the vaccine, we look like we can't organize a one-car parade. That's what America looks like. So if you're growing up in this period of time and over the last 25 years, I don't think there's a place for cynicism, but you can get pretty dark and pretty pessimistic and pretty angry. Everything that you were growing up with, a certain values and premises of that contract is busted. So I get that. Now, I happen to think whether you go to the turn of the century, you go to the Civil War, you go to the Great Depression, you go even back, obviously, in the early days of the Republic, we have faced other great, you go to the 60s, great challenges. This is not the first challenge, and this is not the first period of cynicism. This is not the first period of darkness or a very bad, dark cloud over America. The question is, do you have a leader that steers it, as Lincoln says, noted to our better angels? I don't think these problems are Donald Trump's making. My challenge about him is that he every day takes salt and puts it in that wound. Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt, Franklin Roosevelt, just to take 3 presidents, each of them found a way to heal a country that was divided, a country that was divided against itself, and a country that had lost doubt in itself. That's not true today. And I do think the ugliness of our politics, we have the opportunity in 2028 and beyond to actually produce both a leader and a politics and a polity that will nudge the country back to finding its footing again. And I say this, I just did something with Ted on a podcast. You know, when I was ambassador, to go full circle, so it's 2 minutes left, we had a great time, learned a tremendous amount about Japan, a tremendous amount about the Indo-Pacific. The country I learned most about was the United States of America. 8,000 miles away, 12 hours away earlier. I used to say to my kids, I've seen Thursday, it's not that great, don't get out of bed. We grew up with an ethos that failure was not an option. 50% of our kids are not reading at grade level. And nobody says anything. Not a mayor, not a governor, not a president. Like, okay, 30%, 50% can't read. 2 weeks ago, we had a report, lowest level of math scores in a generation. Now, you know more about our president's position on windmills than reading scores. This is a crisis. And I don't know how, and I say this, China doesn't scare me. I'm not scared of them. I'm scared of a country that lost the will. They don't decide whether we're complacent with 50% of our kids not reading. They don't decide whether we have a 20th century energy system. We decide that. They don't decide whether we cut the National Institute of Health, the greatest research operation in the National Science Foundation the world has ever seen. We decide that. And we have somehow, as a country, become okay with failure as long as we and our kids are okay. If everybody else's kids aren't, that's life. Now, my thing, and I said this to Ted, I'm not into 1% being defined by wealth. I'm into the 1% that have volunteered to serve this country in the armed forces. That, to me, is the true 1%. Not how much they've acquired, but we're going to measure the 1% by how much they gave. And if we do that, our politics in our country will be okay. And nobody, I'd say this to China, watch out, we're coming for you. But if we keep doing what we're doing and don't change and don't return to the values that built this country, we got trouble.
In closing, what?
That was my close.
Oh, that was your. Oh, we're done. We're done.
I'm waiting for
We have-
my
we have
ballet
20
question.
seconds.
Okay, go.
All right.
Okay.
To
U.S.
br-
history for 200.
Oh, to bring it back home though, because we are in Medora.
I've noticed.
Yeah. What is the single most important lesson to you about the life and legacy of TR?
Well, this is a student of presidents. Every president has a crisis where they discover themselves pre the presidency, sometimes in the presidency. Look, I mean, since I talked to him the other day, I have admiration for George 43 Bush. He overcame alcoholism. That was a crisis for him. And he discovered who George Bush was and what George Bush was made of. If you listen to him and hear him. Roosevelt comes here. Does he discover America? He discovers Teddy Roosevelt here. And he'll say that. He will say that. Bill Clinton, who obviously I'm very close to, takes his adopted father's name, but stops his adopted father from beating the crap out of his mother. That was Bill Clinton's moment, where he both took the name, but discovered who he was and what he was made of. That is, you could go to Abraham Lincoln, you could go to polio for Franklin Roosevelt. Every one of them have their own crisis, and they turn that pain into a purposefulness of public life that actually defines their character and the spirit that they bring to the presidency.
Well, I want to say, Ram, especially when reading.
It's ambassador to you.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh man. Thank God the clock's done.
After that therapy, I needed that.
No, but what I was going to say is I followed your career for a very, very long time. And one of the things that I love about TR is he loves the debate. He loves being with people he disagrees with, but you got to land on a solution. And your career from ambassador, White House chief of staff, working in the Clinton administration and Congress, mayor of Chicago, you're always focused on the solution. And so it's a real honor to be on stage with you today. So thank you.
As I always say, politics is not the place for the paralysis of analysis. At some point, make a decision. All right.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Ambassador Emanuel, for helping us connect a remarkable life in public service with the questions of this moment and the enduring example of Theodore Roosevelt. We will return shortly at 3:30 p.m. for our final panel, Built to Endure. Thank you. The building you're sitting in makes a statement of its own that Theodore Roosevelt's conservation legacy can live not only in the exhibits, but in the way the library was built, designed to endure and to tread lightly on this landscape. It is pursuing some of the most demanding sustainability standards in the world, reflected in its materials, systems, and relationship to the land. This conversation looks at how the vision became real, how choices about design, partnerships, and stewardship helped shape a library built to honor Roosevelt's conservation legacy. Please welcome the speakers for our panel, Built to Endure, moderated by the library's Director of Facilities, Grounds, and Sustainability, Jen Carroll.
All right, welcome everyone. So today we're celebrating much more than the opening of this remarkable building. We're celebrating the vision, innovation, craftsmanship, partnership that transformed an extraordinary idea into the place we're standing today. Every great project has a story, and that story is ultimately about people. Today, we're fortunate to hear from 3 individuals whose leadership, expertise, and dedication helped shape this library in ways that will be felt for generations. Let me introduce our panelists. So, to my immediate left is Craig Dykers, co-founder of Snøhetta, at the internationally acclaimed architecture and design firm behind the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Throughout his career, Craig has led some of the world's most celebrated cultural projects, always with a focus on creating places that strengthen the relationship between people, community, and the natural world. To Craig's left is Susie Medley. Susie is the vice president of the Fisher Group and a lifelong North Dakotan. She has played an important leadership role throughout the development of this library while helping advance innovative construction practices and supporting the growth of North Dakota's construction industry. And to Susie's left is Willie Nguyen, founder and CEO of Nguyen Construction. For more than 4 decades, Willie has built projects and communities across North Dakota, and his team brought many of the library's most distinctive features to life, including its remarkable architectural rammed earth walls. So thank you all for being here, and let's begin. All right. So great buildings aren't measured by opening day. They're measured by the lives they touch for decades to come. Every decision made on this project was an investment in the future. So Craig, when you imagine this building, what did it mean to design not just for today, but for generations who haven't yet walked through these doors?
Well, thank you. Yes, and it's a pleasure to be here with everyone. And I'm sorry, but Willie Nguyen has to be the coolest name. But no, I would say one thing that that is very meaningful to our company is that we don't see this as a building. We see it as a landscape architecture, which we're landscape architects, and architecture coming together. And what we hope is that we will break down those barriers that society has built over centuries that segregates architecture from the terrain that it sits on. So we hope in the future people will come here and they'll learn that a building is as much a part of the landscape as the landscape is a part of the building. And that's not very common thinking today, but it will be more in the future. The power of place is not simply a door and a roof. It's what it takes to get there. As some of us in the building, in our studio like to say, you can have a site without a building, but you can't have a building without a site.
Fantastic. And Susie, Ben Oline and your team at Dickinson Ready Mix helped redefine what concrete can be through innovative lower carbon concrete mixes. What do breakthroughs like this matter? Why do breakthroughs like this matter for future generations?
Thank you so much, Jen. So when the project first came to Dickinson Ready Mix, I remember talking with Ben Oline. Ben, will you stand up, our general manager? Give him a round of applause for stepping in the arena and coming up with the mix design. I know the mix design they asked was reduce carbon and bringing it in on time, which meant the durability, getting it to cure on time was very difficult. But Ben stepped up and he talked to a lot of engineers. It took months of testing, problem solving, collaborating with suppliers, contractors, designers. And eventually he came up with a 65% reduction in the carbon content for the concrete. But the concrete is different in different places in the library. So it's not just one mix design that he had to come up with. Thank you.
Yeah,
It's great too, by the way.
it is great. And I think what we've learned over this project, it was a little intimidating up front to kind of step out into a space around the concrete being different than normal. And I think we found out across the project that it actually is a benefit, far more than a detriment as maybe we kind of had anticipated at first. So I think we can all agree that the most important decisions are often the ones we never see, but generations will benefit from them. So places become meaningful because people invest themselves in them. This library carries the fingerprints of hundreds of North Dakotans. Willie, what did this project mean to your team? And did knowing that their children and grandchildren could one day walk these halls change the way they approach their work?
Well, for one thing, not everybody gets a chance to work on a presidential library, which was a big thing to me and our family. On our workers, they all jumped on board and knew that it was going to be some different type of work and it was going to be a long time. And we knew that a lot of people were going to come there and see it. And that was a real big deal to me. So.
Fantastic. Craig, you've worked around the world. What made working alongside North Dakota's builders and craftspeople so special?
Well, obviously, I think everybody who's been here knows people are just downright friendly, even when they're mad at you. So, that makes a difference. Any building project has challenges. There's no such thing as a building that, in fact, if it didn't have challenges, I would argue it's not a good building. So coming to terms with decisions that were hard to make was always a friendly kind of experience, and we worked things out in ways together. So that's very unique. And I don't think, I mean, there are places that are also friendly, but this is particularly that way. And also it's not a very densely populated place. So certainly trying to build in a remote location. North Dakota is already remote. Medora is even more remote. And this little butte outside of Medora is like an extra level of remote. Just to get all the construction crews up here and all the teams up here and everything, and to do it without annihilating the landscape while it was happening, because it's easy, construction is a very aggressive, kind of angry process. So to try and tone it down and make it softer was a big part of that. So I think for me, I'll take away the congeniality of people, and also, and by the way, that's not meant to say that there wasn't innovation or, extreme thinking. It was just done in a framework of kind of a friendly atmosphere.
So we like to call that North Dakota nice. And Craig, I
In
can't,
the end, yeah.
I can't imagine anybody being mad at you.
Oh, yeah.
Really? You
Willie,
want to do what?
So this building will welcome visitors from around the world, but it will always be rooted in the people that built it.
Every meaningful project reaches a point where someone has to decide whether to accept limits or push beyond them. Craig, what moment during the design process convinced you this project could redefine what's possible in sustainable architecture?
Well, not every aspect of the sustainable thinking or sustainable ideology or environmental sensitivity was a part of the original project. It was actually fairly simple. Over time, step by step, they kept ratcheting it up, another level, and another level. And when the living building certification and the challenge of that arrived, it really wasn't, even for us, it was a little lesser known. And for everybody to take it on and say, well, yeah, not only are we going to do it, we're going to have a team of like 30 people helping it out to make sure that it happens. That's a rare kind of client kind of direction. So I think when we finally got to that, and your team and the teams that are associated with you were applying themselves to the project, we knew that it would be real, because you don't always succeed. It's everyone wants it to succeed because we all like, wow, yeah, we're going to do that. But it's a bit like Theodore Roosevelt himself, who we always would have said, you have to take it on. It's probably not possible, but let's do it. And I always say Theodore Roosevelt was in every design meeting telling us, yeah, I know you can't do this, but do it anyway, sort of thing.
I agree. And I think that's attributed to having a CEO that's a visionary. Ed pushed our team beyond the boundaries. Every time we would come back to Ed and say, well, I don't know that this is possible, it was a figure it out. Let's figure it out and get it done. So I really resonated with the fact that he really, not only from an innovation perspective, sustainability perspective, did he push us, but we pushed the boundaries in a lot of different ways on this project that likely wouldn't have happened had we not had the leadership team and the board and the CEO.
And you know, even the then governor, now Secretary of Interior, was pushing this very, very strongly. And sometimes just little things, like one of my favorite stories is when we were trying to figure out how close the parking should be to the building. And you know, it's often the case in the United States, people want to park inside the front door. So, you know, how do we get a road into the front door? And, you know, we were trying to preserve the landscape and make this beautiful place have its strength after the building opens. And so we found an area, and some people were nervous. It's too far away. And the then governor, now secretary, said, well, you know what? There's a shopping mall in Fargo. Measure the distance from the closest parking lot space to the door of the shopping mall, and I guarantee you it's further away than what your parking space is here. And so we presented that, and it's kind of hard to say, well, it should be closer. So we were closer than the Fargo shopping mall parking.
Priorities. Parking was a really challenging conversation.
Yeah.
I think we talked a lot about the number of parking spaces that were necessary to support the activities on the bluff top, and how do we overcome that? But I think the result, when you look at the project today and the preservation of the landscape that occurred, it was important. Those hard conversations were important to our success. So Willie, your crews mastered construction techniques that only a handful of contractors in the country have accomplished. How did embracing those challenges change what your team believes is possible?
Well, you know, if you know Steve, you can't say no to him, which I did a few times. And because I said, we've never done this before.
No, I don't think Steve is
Never
here.
did this before, but you know, you can't say no to Steve. And pretty soon it was, I'm glad we took it on, because it was exciting for me anyway, and our men that did it. We took a trip to Sheridan and Cheyenne and looked at some walls, and Craig was along.
No, I wasn't on
You
there.
weren't there. Aaron was along.
Aaron was there.
And a bunch, quite a few other people. I'm bad with names, but there was some good people that came along, talked a lot about what what it should be versus what we were looking at, come up with some good plans. There was a Jennifer Jackson,
Yeah.
very talented person, and some other people. I can't remember their names. Good bunch.
Yeah.
But all those discussions we had and talking about what we were going to do brought us to the plan. And then our guy, Kenny Jessup, very good young man, hard work, and he took it over. And we spent hours talking about what to do, what not to do, which with Kenny, you can only talk him, he'll only talk to you about 15 minutes and he's got, but it was actually fun. It was exciting and challenging. And those guys took it and did a great job with it. And I think it turned out very nice. It was stressing for a while because, once it's done, you can't look at it for a while. So, and then I was afraid what Aaron was going to say. And so there we go.
I think it's so amazing when we're picking out all these little pieces, like you were talking about the rammed earth walls, the concrete, all the little samples we look at for the chairs you're sitting in, to the walls that we're putting up. When you see it come together, it's amazing. It doesn't even, the drawings and mock-ups, it doesn't even compare. I even see the videos online, and in person, it is so beautiful. It's so worth coming to see.
You know what? Yeah. I wanted to say something that I don't think I've told you before. We haven't had a lot of time to talk since it opened, but I have mentioned I have the privilege of being able to lecture around the world in many, many places. It's very fortunate. And I've mentioned that rammed earth wall in your company several times in the most faraway places you can imagine. And I was not long ago in Colombia, in Bogota, and I showed a picture of that wall, and then I tell the story, how we put out this rammed earth wall to bid, and everybody said, we're not touching it. Nobody's going to get close. And then your team and some younger people who remind us a little bit of ourselves, because we were a very young company at one time. I was 28 when we started our company. And we took on the Alexandria Library in Egypt. And I think if we were any older and more experienced, we would have walked away from it. So there was some youth there, and we had just enough naivete to say, yeah, we're going to do it. And you did it. And I'll never forget when we took away the first scaffolding and everybody was there. I never once thought it wouldn't be successful. I knew you were going to do it, but it was nerve-wracking. And they pulled off the screen, and I remember the air coming out of everybody's mouth was just wow. And the two guys that were there, and I wish I could remember their names, I thought they were going to collapse. They were like these big guys, and they were, and that was one of my favorite moments I can remember of any project in nearly 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just for a little additional context to this conversation around the rammed earth wall, Steve Forey is the general superintendent for J.E. Dunn Construction, who was the construction manager at risk on the project. And it took Steve about 9 months to convince Willie that this was a piece of the project he wanted to take on. And I will say it is one of the pieces that is the most appreciated pieces of the project. Everybody that walks into that lobby has a very distinct reaction when they see it. So we're incredibly grateful that Willie took the risk, that Kenny took the risk, and that that they stepped into the arena and made it happen. So yeah.
Thank you.
And we always like to share on tours the little fun fact. Kenny lost about 30 pounds through the process. It's about a 3-month time from start to pulling the forms off. And I think he was a little nervous about what the outcome would be, but it's incredible. Absolutely amazing.
And if some of you don't know, you may know this already. We've tried to say it a few times. Talk about a sustainable building practice. This construction technique is at least 20,000 years old. So it existed long before industrialization, long before humans were really building in any kind of significantly methodological way. So you will find it in every corner of the earth. And even here, the indigenous tribal nations would use rammed earth in different locations in the Americas. You'll find it in Asia, in Africa, even in Europe. And it really requires nothing but dirt and muscle. That's all it is. Yeah. Yeah.
I would like to have Kenny stand up and his wife. They're here somewhere. He's right there. That guy?
Oh, yeah.
He's the guy right there. Gets it done.
Fantastic. Okay, let's skip to the next one. So the finest craftsmanship isn't measured only by what we build. It's measured by the impact we leave behind. Susie, where do you see the greatest opportunity for the construction industry to build more responsibly without sacrificing quality or performance?
Thank you so much, Jen. So I don't know where to begin on this one. I think that the biggest point is trying to mesh sustainability with durability. And what we did here is we did reduce the carbon footprint, which will be more sustainable over the years, but we did not compromise our durability. And that was a hard blend to come together. And to do that, it really took everybody, meeting contractors, engineers, everybody had to get together to approve these new designs.
So Susie, do you anticipate that Dickinson Ready Mix will continue to use low carbon concrete on projects?
I think so, and I really think that's the wave of the future. I was talking to Ben O'Lean, and he really pointed out that it would be great if people would understand less is not always more. And with less, you can make something sustainable and durable that lasts over time. And that really is where I think construction is moving. I think contractors are very much more aware of the impact of the environment when they are building. You just don't see that because it's happening behind the scenes, in labs, in engineering offices, and it's not something really publicized that people want to hear about.
You know, it's one thing I like to say as a metaphor for people to understand this better, is that if you make a building, any building, anywhere, somewhere, there's a hole in the ground equal to the size of the building you just made, because you have to get those resources from somewhere. So there's some place out there where you're taking them from to bring them here. And sometimes those holes are even bigger than the building. So understanding it in that simple way often helps people to understand the impact of what it is that we do, because it is a kind of a ruthless business to make things. So we have to work extra hard to keep it clean and keep it responsible.
So true.
So Willie, can you speak to, from your perspective, the change in the concrete mix? How did that impact your trade? And is there a benefit to it? Would you be willing to work with it again? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, in the beginning, it was like, it always works in the lab. Somehow you got to take it out in the field to make it work. So it wasn't a whole lot different, but it just took a little bit of how to do this, how to do that. It was mostly in the flat work, the finishing different, and yeah, that was about it. It was you had to learn how to take care of it and what to do, because the mix was, the slump was higher, but then it would set up quicker. So it just took a little bit, but after a while, those boys had it and they didn't know the difference. It worked good.
Awesome. So great buildings don't happen by accident. They're the result of people who care deeply about doing things the right way. Long after we're gone, this building will continue welcoming visitors, shaping conversations, and inspiring new ideas. Every generation leaves something behind. This is one of ours. Craig, what do you hope people feel the moment they arrive here, 50 or even 100 years from now?
Yeah, where's the bathroom? No. I'm glad I didn't drive a car here. Yeah. No, I mean this place, when you come here, and I started with this early on, the places that we build within, the landscapes, the terrains, the habitats, the places where we occupy, because every time we occupy a place, whatever it is, a home or a library, you're displacing things, birds, animals, grasses, all of these things get pushed to the side. And this project does not do that. It puts it in the center. And I think when people come here and they see that you can build for yourself, because this is for us, but you're also building for the rest of the population that is around us, all the living creatures that are losing their habitat, losing ways to stay alive anymore. I mean, the amount of loss of life that we're experiencing at this moment in time is exceptional. And I think that when they come back here and, oh, and they see, I brought this because I'm so happy. There's my little rabbit. When they see the little rabbits or whatever they see out there, even if it's a scorpion or I don't care what it is, even if it's a rattlesnake, it's life. And it's life in its purest sense. That's the other thing about this. I know when some people came from New York, they were like, where's the handrail on the boardwalk? Well, you don't need it. It's just grass. And So, I think people will see that and they'll say, maybe I need to reconnect with the world around me, because everything we've been doing for at least 200 years is separating us for that. We're so into the industrialization of our lives. Even it's hard to open a door anymore by yourself. They're like rotating doors or escalators. You can't even take a stair anymore because you got to get on a motorized one. And lights are all artificial. There's hardly any natural light. So grasses and the native plants that we have growing here are disappearing quickly. So that's my hope. They'll come back and they say, yeah, you don't have to have one erase the other. They both support each other, which is, I think, Theodore Roosevelt's sort of dedication even to politics. He even said, you can be, a plant or a building, but you can both get along.
I think that's one of my favorite things about the project is whether you're inside or outside, you have this connection to nature through the materiality that surrounds you, through the landscape. And I think you're absolutely right, Craig. We need a reconnection to that. And we're providing that opportunity to our visitors. The ability that someone that requires ADA assistance can get out into the Badlands today and have that experience where they might not otherwise have that opportunity. I think that connection to nature is so important to our communities that we are having the opportunity to provide that here. And so I'm so grateful that that was the vision early on and that vision has been fulfilled upon. Susie, what lasting impact do you hope this project has on the future of construction in North Dakota and beyond?
Thank you, Jen. I think one main point we really need to bring out is that this was built in North Dakota by North Dakotans with North Dakota material. And I think if you put all these North Dakotans in a room, there's nothing they can't do. And this library is a testament to it. It's phenomenal. And I think this will bring children out, away from their screens and coming out. And even though there's a lot of AI in the library to keep them entertained, I think there's so much beauty in the walk around that it will let them enjoy nature in a very safe and beautiful environment. And I think it's important that our library, we treasure and protect our natural resources. And we do that here. And I know about all the plants and how they're...
At least the landscape architects could. Or
oh, yes. All the different plants and how they're trying to bring in all the plants of North Dakota and the sustainability. But
yeah, I think one of the things that we haven't talked a lot about is the intentionality that was placed on finding resources within within our immediate area, whether it be people resources or material resources, there was a lot of effort put on ensuring that that we were looking local first, really trying to support the economy in North Dakota and beyond. I think about when we talk about materials, Dickinson Ready Mixes, low carbon concrete, True North steel is the steel that was utilized for the project. The wood for the majority has come out of the Pacific Northwest, knowing we don't have forest here in our immediate area, but really trying to focus on where our sourcing was to ensure that we were supporting our communities first before outsourcing to other areas.
And I do believe that when local contractors are actually doing the work, there is a lot more responsibility and pride in it than some contractor that just kind of comes in, they pass through, they do the work and they're gone, because we are going to be bringing our children and they'll be bringing their children in here to see it.
And I think that's a great point that we haven't even talked about today is the pride aspect. Having had the opportunity to be a part of the project, starting in the design phase, moving through construction and being on site on a fairly regular basis, the tradespeople that worked on this project, you could see the pride that they took in their work, knowing the impact that this place will have well into the future. And so it was really interesting to see. And Willie, I'm hoping you can speak to this a little bit, but it was really interesting to see how the tradespeople took their time, were intentional. They wanted to share their work with others. So I think it was an important aspect in the project, and it's a great element, Susie, to highlight, is that everyone that's been a part of this, I believe, has really taken a lot of pride in their work. So Willie, I'll ask you to speak to that with your staff, and then I'd also ask you to speak about when your grandchildren stand here one day, what do you hope they'll understand about the people who built this place?
Well, with our people, I'm kind of, I'm reminding them every day. There's going to be hundreds and thousands of people coming to see this, and your kids and grandkids will be there. So make sure what you do, you pay attention and do a great job. And every one of the ramrods that came out here that run the crews, they had pride in what they did, and they cared about what they did to the end. And it goes back to Kenny. He was over top of all of them and made sure every day that things turned out the way they were supposed to. And so down the road, when people come here, I'm hoping that they see that there's a lot of hardworking men that worked many hours, and it was hot. At times it was hot and windy. Sometimes, like I said today, sometimes it rained sideways, sometimes straight down, sometimes light, sometimes it stormed. And so over 3 years, those boys worked in all those conditions, and nobody whined, nobody complained. They just went out and got it done every day because they knew where we were all headed to here. That's where we're headed.
And just so you know, Willie's team were the first ones on site, June 8th of 2023. They were the first ones to move earth on the site, and they were here as of this morning, filling in some areas. So they have been a part of this project every day since we broke ground on June 8th, and they've been an important part. I will say another aspect that's been really interesting is that Willie mentioned the men that did the work on this project, but there have been a lot of women on this project, which has been, I will say, has been impressive, from the design side of things to tradespeople to the contractor. I have been so impressed in the amount of women that have been a part of this project, which I think has been really impactful. When you look at the end result.
Sometimes it's just visual. I have seen many times here when I've seen more female staff or people on site than male. It's not a trifle thing. It was a large number.
Yes, absolutely. So as we've heard today, the library represents far more than extraordinary design or construction. It reflects what's possible when vision, innovation, craftsmanship, and community come together in service of something larger than ourselves. Theodore Roosevelt once said, "Far and away the best prize that life has to offer is the chance to work hard at work worth doing." Looking around us today and listening to the stories behind this place, I think it's safe to say this was work worth doing. On behalf of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, thank you, Craig, Susie, and Willie, for sharing your stories and for the role that each of you have played in creating this extraordinary place. And thank you to all of you for joining us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this historic celebration.
Could I ask my team to stand up too? They deserve it.
And since I guess I missed the women, but
I wasn't calling you out, Willie.
I have to say, I think it's, I heard it a while back saying it's behind every good man is a woman rolling her eyes. And so my wife, Billy Joe's out here. And my two daughters are here, Taryn and Tiffany are here, and my granddaughter, Leica. So.
Yeah. If Willie Wynn isn't cool enough, you got Willie and Billy Wynn.
All right. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you again for joining us today. Thank you for joining us for these 2 days of great discussion. We look forward to many, many more. Thank you for being a part of this opening festivity, and enjoy the rest of your opening experience.